Hey there. Sorry for the delay. I have had technical difficulties as usual tonight. Worse than usual. Hopefully my audio is coming in clear now. Let me know in the chat if it doesn't sound good, because apparently there was something wrong with my audio. I was on Nadia's stream, talking about the last two episodes of from 8 to 10 or so, and my audio kept cutting out. So yeah, just let me know if it sounds bad or if it starts cutting out, and I will try to do something about it. Hey, Scarlett, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
How do I sound? Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, Zapton Kaboom. Thank you. I don't know what was happening earlier. I had a whole bunch of tabs open. I also had a ton of pictures still on my Chromebook, but that wasn't an issue on Wednesday when I was live. So I don't know what happened. It also wasn't an issue on Smitty Snippets live, and the only difference was I had a ton of tabs open, so I closed them all, and then it was still bad. I don't know, but hopefully it's okay, because I would like to show some clips. I didn't show clips in the last live, and if I show clips, I need the thing to work properly, so fingers crossed. Fingers crossed on that one. Okay. So, hey, Bobby G. So we're going to do episode 2. We're going to dive into that next week. I want to keep taking a closer look at this first one before we get to that. And also just kind of reflecting one last time, kind of reflecting on season 3. I mean, obviously we're still going to talk about season 3, but there are just a lot of things that we never really got a chance to brought up, like lingering questions. What are all the unanswered questions in the show? I made a list of as many as I could think of, and it's a lot. And I'm sure I'm missing a lot. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. So it's a lot of unanswered questions. I also made a list of all the ones that have been answered. That's going to go in a video, which is almost done. The script is pretty much done. I just have to make the video and put the photos together. And so yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about. I was gonna originally show the Severance trailer for season 2, but I think a lot of you guys, some of you may not have ever seen it, and I think it would be probably a better idea for me to just make a video on the Severance trailer, and then if you want to watch it, you can. But if you want to watch for the first time with us, we're doing rewatch streams for Severance next week in my Discord. So it's if it's your first time or you're rewatching it, either way, you could join in our watch parties. And so I don't want to spoil stuff for anybody who might want to do that. So yeah. And let's see who's in the chat. Hey, Eiley Claymore, nice to see you again. I've got deja vu. I feel like we were just here. We're back again. This isn't even 2 nights in a row, and I feel like we were just here last night. It's really strange. The days are running into each other in here in Fromville, but it's just, it never gets old. And soon I'm gonna just really be doing one From stream a week, but I thought maybe one last hurrah of a second From stream in a week, because I don't want to let go of this. I still wish the season was not over. It's sad. I know everybody feels that way. Hey, Wolf Spear, nice to see you. Hey, Mark Jablonski. Okay, good. Glad we sound good. Yeah, and Scarlett's audio has been terrific for a while now.
Thanks to PM. Shout out.
Thanks to PM. Yeah, she fixed it. Oh, yeah. What a difference. There's never been an issue since then. Fantastic.
You set me free.
Yes. That was plaguing you. That had to be so frustrating. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Wait, what? Wait, Julie kind of sounds like Jimmy, aka Jim. What? Rest in peace, Jim.
I was just playing Alan Wake 2 with my boyfriend, and the guy that's like kind of in the dream imagery kind of looks like Jim.
Interesting. What's it called?
Alan Wake 2.
Oh, never heard of that. Okay.
The Alan Wake, the first one, kind of was Stephen King-ish. It's kind of a game where you play kind of first person game where you're starting to go mad and everything. It's kind of Lovecraftian, Stephen King-ish.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
This one almost looks more like a Yellow Jackets with like an antler cult.
Yeah. Interesting. Cool. Hey, Disc Guy Explorers. Nice to see you. Hey, Golden Child. Nice to see you too. Hey, Bobby G. Did I say Bobby G already? I did say hi to Bobby G. Hey, Zulinator. Welcome. Hey, adorned by Charisse. That would be cool. So I won't show the trailer. So you never watched Severance, but you'll start to watch it. See, I think I'm hoping that I can introduce some of you guys to this show and that maybe you'll like it and want to watch with us. So yeah, I won't do any spoilers. I won't show the trailer for season 2 in a live. I'll probably just make a video on it, and so you can opt in or opt out to watching that, and that way you can watch with us for the first time if you want to. I think it's the second best show on TV after From. I think it's absolutely genius, and I recommend it to everybody. It's not horror. It's a very different type of show than From. But if you like shows that really challenge you in the way From does, make you think, make you try to analyze what's going on here, analyze themes and symbolism, and make theories, then this is one of those shows. So that's my best pitch for that.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to have other newbies watch it with me. So I'm not the only one. So I'm not the only Severance virgin.
Yes, yeah, hopefully we can recruit some people to check it out, and they like it enough to stick with it with us. I got Justin, my friend Justin White, to watch it, and some people find it has a slow start, and I understand that. It could feel a little slow to some people at first, especially if you're more used to like a horror genre type of thing, but it really does pick up, and it's worth it. It ramps up and it ends with a bang. The finale is mind-blowing. But hey, we got Smitty Snippets here.
I'm a fan of the back rooms, so if it's anything like the back rooms, I'll be in.
Cool. Yeah, that's another thing that I need to check out. You said that it's going to be made into a movie, right?
Yeah, A24. So it's probably going to be good. I would assume they have a pretty high standard of quality.
A24 does really good stuff. They've got some good stuff. I mean, they were responsible for Midsummer and Hereditary, two of the most disturbing movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, but they do other things too, other than horror films as well. Like they have a rom-com with the girl from Midsummer in it, and somebody else, last name of Garfield, can't remember his first name. But they had The Green Knight. They did a whole bunch of other stuff, and they did Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's one that I've meant to watch because I've heard it was really interesting and creative, and it won a lot of awards, but I never got around to watching it.
It's really good.
Yeah. What is it like? Is that like a multiverse thing? Multiverse concept? Yeah. I thought so. Yeah, I like that kind of concept, so I got to check that out.
Yeah.
It
has one world where everybody has hot dog fingers.
Oh, that's okay. I see. I love this. I love that kind of weird shit. That's great. Everyone has hot dog fingers. So I'm sold. Yeah, it sounds like it's got a sense of humor, so that's cool.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But yeah, welcome, Smitty. Thanks for joining. I had a great time on your live last night. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Is my mic too loud? Am I good?
You're pretty quiet. You're quiet.
You're quiet. Yeah.
It's quiet still?
Yeah, it's quiet.
How about now?
A little better.
Still quiet?
Still quiet.
Still a little quiet.
All right, I'm just going to switch microphones.
Okay, cool. Take your time. Let's see. Hey, Jonar. You're making me stay up too late again. Yeah, these late night lives are crazy. I didn't mean for it to be this late. I had forgotten that Nadia was doing her panel tonight, which I'm always on From, and that was the last one. I didn't want to miss that. I already committed to doing it, and I was glad I could be there. So I did that, And then I had technical issues with my Chromebook too. So yeah, it's not usually this late. I want to try to make it a little bit earlier than, I don't know, at least 10 instead of 10:30 Eastern.
Yeah, now I hear some echoing.
Wait, from me? Am I echoing?
I'm not sure. Not for me.
Oh no. What is going on? I
It's
hope
about
it's not.
5-second delay. I
It
can
might
hear
be.
myself
Hang
talk
on.
in 5
It
seconds.
might be coming through my.
I hear stuff too. Wait. What?
Maybe.
I don't know if it's me or not. Let me see. I don't think it's me this time. Okay, it stopped. Okay. Audio issues. Gotta love it. I don't usually have these kinds of issues. I don't know what happened earlier. Is it still doing it, Scarlett?
It's not doing it on my end.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm hearing things then. Hey, David Agiel 81. Another angle for the show is the idea of ancestral karma, the idea traumas from past generations impact subsequent ones. Oh, absolutely. There also seems to be a bloodline connection with the monsters / the original 12. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Generational trauma, absolutely. It's a great theme. I think that they explore in the show. It's one of the more esoteric themes, and absolutely, like, and the whole idea of like the sins of the fathers and impacting like the later generations, I think is a big deal. But did you so how is that, Smitty? Did you switch microphones? Let's see if is it any
I
better?
did. I don't know if this is any better, but
It's cool.
is it still low?
It's still a little low, but it's not like it's fine. Like if it needs to be low like that, if it if
It's
that's as
making a
loud as
little squealy noise.
Wow. It's
Yeah, the boy
squealing?
in white definitely doesn't want you talking, I guess.
the boy in
Okay.
white.
I'll be back. I'm gonna try and figure this out, and then I'll come back.
Okay, no worries. No worries. Take your
All right.
time. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
strange. It kind of sounded a little squealy, like he was
Yeah.
underwater.
Yeah. I hate this stuff happens to me sometimes. Earlier in the live, I had to go out and come back in again, and that's it's not usually that bad for me. But Alan Wake games are like walking into a Lynch film.
I agree.
Oh, okay.
It has great vegetation, though. I mean, the whole forest looks really great. You're like walking your FBI agent through it. It looks really nice.
Hmm.
You're doing a mystery, and then you have like a mine place where you go. And I thought it was funny. She had wine in her mine place as well as clues on the board.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that stuff, but I should put it on my very long list of things to watch.
Oh, it's a game.
Oh, it's a game?
It's a
Okay.
game, yeah.
Okay, I was thinking like Lynch stuff.
Well, it is. It's like a David Lynch video game.
Oh, there's a video game.
Except for the fact that Alan Wake 2 reminds me more of Yellow Jackets from what I've seen than David Lynch at this point because of the cult wearing antlers.
Right. Okay. Yeah, David, yeah, the Severance intro scene is really meaningful. When you first watch it, you don't know what it means, and then by the end, it makes total sense. And actually, this will be my first time rewatching it, so there's probably going to be a lot that I'll pick up that I missed the first time. I'm looking forward to that. I always meant to, like, once I finished Severance, I loved it so much that I was going to immediately rewatch the whole thing again so that I could fully understand, or at least have a better idea of certain things or what they meant. But I just got sucked into other things. I got sucked into watching Lost. I got sucked into the From fandom, and yeah, so I just never got around to it. So I'm looking forward to that. And when I rewatch, I'm gonna do scripted videos. I'm gonna try really hard. I'm not gonna have a lot of time before the new season, but I'm gonna try really hard to do a scripted video on each episode of Severance season 1. Hopefully, I can manage to get it done. I might have to cool it a little bit on the From videos while I'm doing that. Maybe slow down because it's a lot. But it's hard.
Well, when did you watch Severance?
I watched it for the first time in, I think, April of this year. So it's still fresh.
Okay.
It's still fresh in my mind, but a rewatch is going to bring out stuff that I wouldn't have understood on the first time around. That's the thing. This show is something you really should watch more than once. But if you're, if you watch really closely, like we do, you take notes, you can pick up a lot even on just one watch. So it's not like you have to see it twice. I know, like for you, like we have limited time. It's not like you can watch it twice before season 2 airs. But yeah.
Yeah, I wish a Blu-ray was coming out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, when is it coming out?
It's coming out on December 17th. I wish it would come out right now so I had it.
Yeah, that's weird. I wonder what took them so long.
It's so close to Christmas too. It's almost like you would have to order it right away.
Yeah,
if you wanted it for somebody for Christmas.
That was
right away.
That was dumb. And also, it's been 2.5 years roughly since Severance season 1. What took them so long, and what took them so long to make season 2? It's crazy to me that they're filming mostly in an office setting. There's minimal special effects. It's not like so. Look at it this way. In the time since From season 1 aired, From has released 2 additional seasons before Severance even gets to season 2. Like that's crazy. From season 1 and Severance season 1 were both early 2022.
Yeah,
that makes no sense. But anyway, it'll be worth
and Yellow Jackets now has about a From size gap. When From's going from season 3 to season 4, that's about as long as Yellow Jackets is going from season 2 to season 3.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially when you have a lot of people playing teens. I mean, some of these people are going to be 30 years old. I mean, one of them is already 30 years old.
Yeah, that's getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, shows do that. Yeah. But it's a common thing though now. You've always had these shows with 30-year-olds playing teenagers, I guess, though. It was a thing even in the 90s. 90210. Yeah. It's called Severance because the people who work in this place undergo a procedure called severance, which severs their work self from their outside self. It's called the innie versus the outie, which sounds so juvenile and silly, but it's supposed to be absurd. The innies, they don't remember anything about their life outside. Once they go to work, it's like they're a different person, a clean slate. They don't remember their outside life. Then they leave work. They don't remember anything about what they did at work. So that's why it's called Severance. And there's a whole lot of mystery around what the hell they're actually doing at this job and what this company is even about. It's really interesting, and the characters are fantastic. The acting is fantastic. Patricia Arquette plays an amazing villain. So freaking good.
Yeah.
So good. And the lead guy, I love him. I think his name is
Adam Scott.
Adam Scott.
Yeah.
I love Adam Scott.
You ever watch Parks and Rec?
Yeah, I haven't seen much of it. That's one I need to watch more of. I've only seen like a few episodes.
Yeah.
So I haven't gotten
I really like Step Brothers. Have you ever seen that? I liked him on Step Brothers.
He was great in Step Brothers. Yeah. Yeah, he was hilarious. Like he was good at playing an asshole, and in this show he's not at all like that. So he's got a lot of range.
Yeah.
As an actor. Bobby G said, so do we think every monster equal townspeople that sacrifice children? There's a lot of them. Yes. There's a lot of
involved in it somewhere or another, if it isn't directly their children.
Right. So like some of them were parents, some of them were just, people who participated in the sacrifice. And so but I think that there's I think there were only 12 in the scene where Smiley was reborn, but there are more than 12 monsters for sure. Those weren't all the monsters that were there. There were others.
You had that one African American mod monster that we never saw again.
I know.
I don't know where she went. I want to know where she went.
She appeared once and then never again. Never again. So yeah, I would like to know myself where she went.
Yeah, there's somebody on Reddit that has a list of all of them and pictures, which is really cool.
A list of all them. Oh yeah, somebody somebody shared a spreadsheet in my Discord once. I wish I knew where I put it. That had all the monsters on it and how many times they've appeared, like where they've appeared, what episodes, and how many kills they each had.
Yikes.
And I think Franny Monster was up there with some of the most kills. Yeah,
She's a mastermind.
Yeah, I wish I had that that spreadsheet because it was really good.
You want some candies?
Yeah, yeah. Granny Monster was just one of my faves. Seems like a lot to just be greedy for immortality in that case. It's like it's a lot of monsters, yeah. And for them all to participate in this is crazy. But they all,
yeah, that's why I think it might be more complex than that.
Yeah, maybe it's more complex than that, and they were, but it's at the same time, it's like, how complex would it have to be? At the end of the day, they murdered 7 children. They murdered them, and it looks like their heads were bashed in with rocks. They all have a head wound, so it's like, I don't care what your reason was or how much you were tricked. There's no justifying what they did. Absolutely none, unless I don't know. I don't think you could say that they were being mind controlled either, because no, they made a choice. We were told they made a choice. They wanted something in return. So
no, I'm hoping they put a little twist in there so it's more sophisticated than just being greedy. That there's just something extra there.
Right. Yeah. Like a twist. Yeah. Not something to justify it, but something extra. I hope
extra. Yeah.
So too. The Noob Gamer says Father Khatri said before he died that he heard the voice of God telling him to get in the car, and 2 hours later he was in the town. That's right. And I've always said I don't think that was the voice of God. That's too. That's kind of uncanny. Is the timing of it? It had to be. I would say the boy in white. I've personally come to the theory now that the boy in white and the man in yellow are each on opposing sides, and they're each pulling people in for their own purposes. The man in yellow is bringing people in, like Sarah and Elgin, to use them as tools for evil purposes. And then the boy in white, I think, brings people in to try to help, like Boyd, and like Father Khatri. I think that was the boy in white speaking to Khatri and drawing him in. That's my opinion, but
that's all I could think of was a Mean Girls thing of get in loser when Kadri was seeing God and God tells him to drive and he's like, get in loser.
Get in loser. Yeah.
Sorry, it's Friday. My mind's all, I got the brain scramblies.
Yeah. We're not going to do anything. We're not going to do a crazy, I know I say this all the time, where we're not going to do a crazy marathon this time. Like, we need to chill a bit. We're exhausting ourselves, and so we'll do a shorter one this time. But I wanted to squeeze in one more live this week. Hey Smitty, how you doing? Did you switch mics?
Let's try this. Let's try this again. Is that any better?
Yeah, you sound a lot better. Yeah.
You sound a lot better. Awesome. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So tell everybody what shows you're covering on your channel right now, Smitty.
I am covering currently Dune, Prophecy, Earth Abides, and Silo are pretty much the majority at this point. Just started Landman, which is on MGM. It's a very good show. A lot of cursing, but really good show. So, but that's about it, So
cool. And it's Thursdays at 9:30 Eastern is when you do your lives.
Yes, Thursday 9:30. If I can try to make that. We've been on time so far, but who knows what the future holds.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty much never on time, so it's fine. Like people understand. I'll be like half an hour late, 45 minutes late. Sometimes I'll keep pushing the time back. It happens, but you're definitely more on time than me.
Well, cool.
I've never heard of Landman. What's Landman?
It's who what's the guy's name, the actor's name? Curses like a lot. Sorry, one moment, please.
Okay.
while you talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. Well, cursing a lot. I like that in a show. I find that
Billy
entertaining.
Bob Thornton.
Oh,
Billy
Billy
okay.
Bob
Bob
Thornton.
Thornton.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I
Amazing
haven't
show.
seen him in anything in a while.
I was
Yeah.
thinking Chef Ramsay, but that probably wouldn't work.
That'd be
Yeah.
close. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's okay. Because like I don't know what else is on MGM other than Earth Abides. So yeah, that one I had not heard of myself, but yeah, I mean, if people like support MGM, it is a good idea because it's good for from if people want to and can afford to keep MGM and not cancel it, it's a good thing. The way I look at it, then they have more money to throw at my favorite show, the best show on TV, in my opinion. So, you know, I
Agreed.
personally, I need to cancel it personally, like if I can manage it, because it's just too many things I'm paying for right now. It's just out of
Yeah.
control. And
Yeah.
Earth Abides, I gotta say, Earth Abides was one of the most depressing shows I think I have ever seen. It was so heavy. Oh my god. It was like, oh my god, so much existential dread. I'm like, Jesus, I'm questioning my own existence now. And it's like it's so dark. Wow.
Very
But
dark.
it's very dark,
Very dark.
but I mean, it was impressive. The lead actor for it, he was in Hunger Games, and he's fantastic. His acting was amazing. Yeah. So it was good. You know, like if people are interested in like a really intense character drama, like Earth Abides, you know, it's heavy stuff, especially with the topic of a pandemic. You know, like that hits home after recent events.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if the second episode is out or if it comes out Sunday, but yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was. It was it's a nice follow up to the end of From, you know, when you're waiting for something else to watch that's good. So it's a
Yeah,
nice surprise.
I guess that's why they were pushing it.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know, that's definitely.
But not in
And
the greatest way. I'm still kind of bitter. I might come around, but I'm still bitter.
yeah, yeah, the Fromely can be are kind people, but can be a spiteful bunch sometimes, and a lot of people would not watch that out of spite, because they cheated us out of 15 minutes of a finale that we thought we were going to get.
I
So,
don't. I could bring it up, but I don't know if I could hit the play button. You know, I'd just be like,
yeah, it's all right. I forgave them for
I
it.
mean, it's a plus. It's dark. I mean, it might be interesting, but I'm still getting over it.
Yeah,
It's too soon.
I will say that the acting was phenomenal, and so yeah, if people like like what is it, apocalyptic dramas, it's a post-apocalyptic drama after a pandemic like wipes a lot of the population out, so it's good, Silo is getting better. Silo is I just watched
Yes.
episode 4 and I liked it a lot. It's Steve Zahn is in it, and I absolutely love his character. Oh my god, Steve Zahn is so freaking hilarious. He's
Yeah.
so weird and kooky. I love him. He's so good. He
Yeah.
plays this crazy guy who's been cooped up in there too. He's been cooped up in this silo for like 20 years by himself, and he thought Juliet was a figment of his imagination. So he gave her food. He gave her food like to make sure that she was real. It was so good. I loved it.
Was he in there? Was he in there that long? Was he in there
20
20 years?
20 years. Yeah,
Oh my god!
20 years alone.
That'd never come out.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Victor type effect.
Yeah,
Now
I was gonna say that.
Victor was alone for a long time. Now we don't know how many years, but we know the creator of the show said it was many, many years, whatever that means. So it's a long time, and he was alone as a child, which makes it even worse. But yeah, what happened to Steve Zahn's character that'll screw you up in the head for sure. He's a great addition to the cast. I'm enjoying him a lot. So I recommend anybody that's not watching Silo definitely check it out. I was down on it on episode 1 because it was very, very slow and boring, but it got much better. It's back to form now. I'd say now it's back on par with season 1, which is good. Anyway. Hey, Rick Costa. Nice to see you. Saw you over in Nadia's chat earlier. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Wait, what? Yeah. Did I not highlight your comments, Jeter? I don't. There was only one. Oh, I guess I overlooked one. Sorry, Dieter. I didn't mean to ignore you. I didn't mean to ignore your comments. You said probably the boy in white was the voice of God that spoke to Father Kotri. I agree. Hey, Mark says, oh, Julie, that scripted video idea for season 1 sounds good, but that would be challenging time-wise. Yeah, it would be challenging time-wise, but I'm going to try. Like, I might, rather than do one for every episode, I might just do individual ones, like, on different characters in the show and different theories instead of one for every episode. So I'm going to do something. I'm going to do some kind of scripted videos regarding season 1 for sure. Hey, Infinite Umbra, nice to see you. Thanks for coming. David says what I got from Severance is that symbolically Mark is the ego, Dylan is the id, Irving is the super ego. Oh, absolutely, Irving is 100% the super ego. Helly is the anima. Well, I'm not sure what the anima is. I'll have to look that one up. And Audi Mark is the shadow self. Interesting. Yeah, I could totally see that. Dylan is totally the id. Yep. Yeah, he just wants his what is it called? Oh God, waffle party. He wants his waffle party so bad, which is a reward that they give them for I don't know, a certain amount of productivity. They get a waffle party. When you find out
we got a waffle party during Teacher Appreciation Week one year.
Oh, really?
I can understand why the one would be there. It's great.
Yes, it's who doesn't want a waffle party, right? I can feel that.
I love waffles.
I love waffles.
And you can put anything on them you want. They make them up however you want. All your waffle desires.
That's how you stimulate productivity. Yeah, just promise a waffle party. Like, done. Yeah. Well, we got when I worked at Kohl's for like 7 years, and they used to bribe us with food. And the food was like the worst stuff ever. It was absolute garbage. It's like crappy, like popcorn, and like they would sometimes like bribe us with candy bars, which was okay, but like the food was so nasty. I forget what they gave us, but it was like it was so insulting. It was like they were trying to bribe us like a bunch of dogs. Like here, like here's a treat for you, for like getting people to sign up for credit cards. Here you go. Here's a treat. It's yeah.
So we'll never have Kohl's as a sponsor.
Yeah.
If we ever get to that point.
Oh my God. I put them on blast on my Facebook when I left for their horrible, they have horrible policies toward their employees. I'll just say that.
They have nice boots though. They have nice boots. I'm just gonna say.
I love their clothes. I love their clothes, but they are terrible. A terrible company to work for. Highly not recommend. Whatever the opposite of recommend is, stay away. Anyway, tell that to everybody. Hey, All City Big Hack, nice to see you. Monsters killed to make space for newcomers, or even to out the quota, or to even out the quota. Yeah, maybe that's what they're doing. Oh yeah, I was gonna say too about the waffle party. When you actually find out what it is, it's not what you think. It's not a typical waffle party. When you actually see it, it was like one of the biggest what the F moments I've ever seen. It's just so freaking bizarre and funny. There's a lot of humor in the show from the absurdity of it. Absolute absurdity. So I think you guys are going to like it if you want to check it out. If you haven't seen it yet, I think you're going to enjoy it. Anyway, Yeah, it seems like they killed the family in season 1 to make room for the Matthews.
Mhm.
It does kind of seem that way. I mean, they literally moved right into their house. So I think that's exactly what happened. That's a great point.
Is that why they had to kill Ethan early? Because there was 4 coming in, 3 went out, and 4 came in?
What you mean? Wait, kill Megan?
No,
Like,
Ethan. Like, say, the Pratt family died, and then the Matthews came in, but there's 4 of them, and 3 of the Pratt family.
oh, and then they wanted Ethan to be killed.
Yeah, so there'd be 3 and 3.
Yeah, maybe that could be why. Like Ethan, and then they tried again. Like the From tried to kill Ethan
Yeah.
again in season 3. They tried to lure him outside with the Thomas voice, saying, "Your mom needs help. You need to be brave."
Well, first, like Elma was part of that conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
The goat first went outside.
The goat.
Yeah.
Yeah. They want him. They want him gone. Yeah. I first they tried to lure him outside with the goat in season 3, episode 1, and then your mom's coming on an ambulance. She's gonna need your help. You have to be brave. Yeah, Ethan's got to watch his back. Bobby G says, "Well, 7 children. That means 14 parents, or 16 with 8."
Mm-hmm.
Right. Unless there are single parents there, but like. Maybe I don't know. Back then you wouldn't have a lot of single parents back in those days, but unless one of them was deceased or something. But
well, you would have them, but you'd send them to the nunnery.
Right? Yeah, you'd send them away. Because I think this was probably going back to the Puritan time.
Well, I was thinking everybody talks about the grandmother, but she could have easily had a grandchild that she sacrificed, or be part of a family. There's a lot of families that come in from Fromville.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I don't. Huh? What was that?
That's terrible. Like, I just found out last night that these parents sacrificed their children. These are horrible people.
Yeah,
I'm kind of slow when it comes to learning things, but yeah, I thought, I don't know why I thought maybe it was the other way around. I don't know why I thought that. Again, I'm slow, so.
You're not slow.
I don't know. I just had a hard time believing it. Like, even the milkman sacrificed.
Yeah.
A nurse is supposed to help people.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
That woman reminds me of my grandma.
I know. God. It's very dark. It doesn't get darker than parents sacrificing their own kids. Like, that's as ghoulish as you could possibly get. So they're pure evil. They really are. And I really hope that next season we get a flashback to like the original. I want to see the monsters in like Puritan gear. I want to see pilgrims. Like, I want to flashback to that. That would be really interesting to see.
I'm just always imagining Smiley in a pilgrim hat.
That's exactly what I pictured. Like, I need that. And we might get something crazy like that. I mean, now that Julie is story walking, I think that this is a perfect opportunity. I have always wanted to get a glimpse into what past cycles in the town looked like. Just a glimpse. I don't want to be away from our characters too long from the present, but I just want to see different cycles. And I think we could actually see that with Julie traveling back and observing things. So I really hope that they go there, because that will be really interesting to see.
Are they gonna be 2 Julies now?
Right. Yeah. How is she gonna, like, is she gonna bump into herself before she goes back where she came from? That would be that would be trippy.
I kept looking for extras and bad wigs in the pilot to see if they had put like future Julie in the pilot.
Right. Because
like
she might
go. Right?
One of them's gonna go. Yeah, like there's only room. There isn't enough room in town for the both of them.
That's like Mr. Robot. I don't know if I ever saw Mr. Robot.
No, I've never seen it.
Yeah, there's kind of like a thing where you kind of have to battle yourself.
Yeah.
If anybody's seen that in the chat, it's a good show.
Cool.
Highly recommended.
Yep. They're gonna have to do something.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think like in other shows, like you have to like if you try and travel back, you really need to avoid meeting yourself. Like it's a big no-no. Like you don't do that. I can think of one in particular, but I won't say it. Well, like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. So it would be really interesting though if she bumps into herself at some point. Yeah, I would be fascinated to see what would happen. But yeah, Julie is going to be story walking for sure. I think I kind of wish it were a character other than her because I don't know. It's just a little. It's a lot for that young actress to do. Like this is a big role to play now. So I don't know. I would kind of prefer that it be like somebody else doing it, but maybe it'll be her, Mari, and Randall, which is kind of weird. I don't know. That's a weird combination. Marielle, she's a bus person, so to give her a big role like that would be strange. I don't know.
It's too bad she has a weird wig, and I think she might have gotten her from and came back in, because if she looked more like herself, she could have a scene where she's there and people think she's present Julie, but they find out later it's future Julie.
Yeah. It's possible, so we'll have to look in the episodes as we do the rewatch. You never know, we could see someone with a bob in the background, a little bob hair. So
but I do have the DVD, because if that comes to, I will check the DVD to make sure they didn't just put that in there.
Yeah, no being sneaky.
For the streaming. Most for the streaming.
Yeah. Bobby G says, I haven't counted. TBH might be worth counting as we rewatch how many monsters we see. Yeah. There's some people who are so on top of things. It's amazing. Like they're like Robert Saunders. He's like the stuff that he points out. He tallied up every single bus person. Like he watched it so closely that he was able to count exactly how many people were on the bus and how many people got killed off. And he had a whole theory based on that. It was so detailed. I don't know. I'm not as detail oriented as that. I pick up on a lot of other nuances, but in terms of actually like counting stuff in the background, things like that takes some real patience that I don't really have. But
there was a lot of monsters at the end of the pilot.
Yeah, there were a lot. I'm gonna try and show some little like brief clips, and hopefully it'll work, and my Chromebook will allow me to, because there's some certain things I want to settle. Like for example, those finger puppets. I want to know. I know it seems silly, but I want to go back and see which one of them was Norman, because you made me curious now if it was the red one that's upside down because Jim was hanging upside down.
That makes sense to me, but I could be wrong.
I want to go back and check. So I'll go finish going through the chat, and we can go back and play some clips and just take a closer look at some things.
I mean, just the foreshadowing on Jim's death on so many, it's almost humorous in the pilot.
There's a lot, yeah. So definitely.
Especially when they say the monster's claws went in his throat, and there's a picture of Jim in the RV, and his throat's exposed, and there's sunlight on it, and you're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it says the monster's claws went too deep. It's the foreshadowing is so crazy when you go back and watch. Yeah. All City Big Hex says Colony House massacre was to make room for a bus full of people that were brought to help facilitate the rebirth of Smiley. Yep, 100%. It was always in the cards. Even before Smiley died, that was orchestrated. I think it was all planned that way. The bus full of people, you had Elgin was brought there for the role of bringing Fatima to that secret room. That was always going to be his role from the beginning. And Marielle is a pediatric nurse of all things, so she was there to take care of Fatima during that pregnancy. Tilly was there to kind of be like the the granny figure, to like the surrogate granny, watching over things. And I think she was there to be a victim because she was a nosy old lady and she wasn't afraid of dying since she was already dying. She was there to get in Fatima's way to the point where Fatima would actually kill her and put herself into a position where she was isolated, and that what better way to get for Elgin to get her alone. So all of it, I think this was all meticulously organized that way. And so it's crazy. Like, so like the massacre of Colony House, yeah, it's almost like, did they even orchestrate it back that far? Were they planning this entire thing then? I don't know. I mean, at that point, Boyd was already planning on going out to the woods, so maybe that's why this happened. As soon as Boyd made that plan to go to the woods, the whole thing was set in motion. He was always going to get the bloodworms. He was always going to bring them back to town, pass them to a monster. There were even hints to Boyd to give them to a monster. The ballerina, making motions, grabbing his throat, showing him worms in her mouth. This was like, it was all a big grand plan, and Boyd played right into it, and he didn't even know it. So I think it's absolutely genius. And anyway, yeah, I like, it's hard to wrap your head around, like, how did they plan all of this? Like, how did the big bad plan this entire thing that early? But I think going back and rewatching it and going through each episode is going to help us kind of wrap our heads around that more. But the more I look back, the more I do see that it was all planned. It wasn't the writers just screwing around. I know it seems that way at first glance, but if you go back and look, it does start to come together. It does start to come together. Mark says, in my humble opinion, they were monsters the minute they sacrificed the children. Yeah, absolutely. Their behavior was monstrous to begin with. Yeah. Doesn't get more evil than that. Murdering your own kids. And the crazy thing is, did they make those kids live in the caves their whole lives? Because, I mean, Victor heard the boy in white telling Christopher the kids were born in the dark. They were murdered in the dark. They look like they've never seen the sun. They're pale as can be. You can see their veins bulging out of their pale skin. Their hair's falling out like it's severe vitamin D deficiency. And there are cages down in the caves. There are cages. When Tabitha first sees one of these kids, she's in a cage. Makes you wonder, were these kids literally caged down there and lived their whole lives down there? And if so, why? That part I don't understand. Like, did they always plan on sacrificing their kids from the time they were born and made them live in a cave? I need more clarification on that. I don't know. Like, that sounds crazy to me, but I mean, it would explain why they look the way that they do. If you think about it, like, why would they look like this? Their hair's falling out. Some people thought they looked like they were drowned or exposed to radiation or something, but it could be that they were living in a cave for their whole lives. Never saw the sun. It's pretty wild to think about. I don't think Boy in White is good, says Chris Smalls. I've changed my mind. I used to think the Boy in White was evil, but I don't anymore. Season 3 changed my mind because he told Tabitha, I'm sorry, I really am. This is the only way. And he sent her out. And what happened? She met Henry. It enabled her to eventually have the revelation that she's Miranda. I think that's what set all of that in motion. She reconnected with her past life. She learned insights about Miranda. All of that was helpful. From the way I see it, it looks like he was helping. He even told Victor that, he said he wouldn't tell Victor anything, which was frustrating, but he said, I think it's best you learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand. That's just like what he told Tabitha. It's the only way. So I think he's trying to lead them in the right direction to learn their origins so they can figure this thing out, but he can't tell them everything. He tried that. He said he tried that with Christopher. Apparently it didn't go well. What do you think, Smitty? Is the Boy in White good or evil or somewhere in between? I think it's more like ambiguously good. He's not pure and perfect, but what do you think?
I think he's I think it's more like what you're saying. Like he's neither. You know, he's just there, just a lost child who just needs to be saved. I guess I don't know what he won't tell Victor, unless it was the whole thing with Jade and I can never remember this woman's name.
Tabitha.
Tabitha, yes. Tabitha, yes. That I don't know if that was the thing that he needed to tell Victor. Is that what he was holding back? Is that what he was keeping? That secret?
Yeah. I think I think there's a lot he's holding back. Like he's holding back why the tree is important, why Victor shouldn't chop down the tree, why the massacre happened. Because Victor really wants to know that, and you know, I think that just, there's a whole lot he's holding back, really. And but I think he has his reasons for that, because he apparently it didn't go well when he told Christopher stuff. Christopher wound up being a threat to Victor and Eloise, to the point where their mother said, "You need to hide here where Christopher can't find you." So something went seriously wrong. That's why I think the boy in white's not outright telling them stuff. Maybe you dump too much on them at once, it's going to make them snap. They need to figure it out for themselves gradually. That's what I think.
That would be the thing to make them snap. Not being stuck in this town with all these monsters. The information from the little boy is going to make them snap.
Yeah, right.
I'm with you. I hope that he gives up more. I mean, he probably will in season 4, but I don't know why he would withhold anything from Victor. I mean, Victor's been there forever, and you're still telling him that he has to. You know, we're gonna let you figure it out someday. Come on, man. You know? I'm a bone.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I was really frustrated watching the scene. Like, you can't tell him anything at all. Just a little hint, just something. Like Victor said, "You're supposed to be my friend." It was heartbreaking, and the boy in white. The boy in white even delivered the lines in a mean way too. He came off. This was the first time he ever came off mean. He had this nasty scowl on his face, and he said, he just said, "Don't chop down that tree," and he walks away. Like, that's all he's gonna give him. That's it. Don't chop down that tree. Turns and leaves. Like that. So yeah, that was frustrating. And I know that's going to contribute to people still thinking that he's not good, but I really think that he's the opposing force to the man in yellow. So, but it's not. I don't think it's a pure good versus pure evil thing. That's very cliched anyway. I definitely think the boy in white is not like a pure 100% good figure at all. 24-hour live stream, please. I'm never gonna be able to do that on my own, like some of these crazies have done. I know people have done them. I don't know personally people have done them, but I'm aware of it. But maybe if I can ever get together some kind of a relay stream with other people where we take turns, then I would totally be down for that. I think that would be fun. Hey, Aunt. Silo ain't bad. Yeah, Silo's a good show. It's not on the level of From, but it's good. Very glad to hear it won't be a crazy marathon. This time it was getting concerning. Gotta chill. Yeah, Matt. I know. I know, Matt. Thank you for your concern. Hey, AAMM. Let's see. 12 people sacrificed, 8 children, but maybe the whole town was cursed. Tabitha and Jade refused and tried to save the kids. So they ended up being reincarnated instead of becoming monsters. Yeah, I think the whole town. Yeah, so maybe it was just 12 people, but everyone else was cursed also. Or Tabitha and Jade didn't even participate, and it was as if they were cursed too, but in a different way. So Doc Kaiju Lab says here to give the stream a like and say hi. I'm actually watching Last Tango in Paris right now before watching its parody Last Foxtrot in Burbank. This movie is raunchy. Oh wow, okay. Never even heard of that. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for stopping by. Dude abides. Yeah, Archetypes was it was pretty dark. Pretty dark. Yeah. I've been trying to keep up with Silo myself and don't have a lot of time for other shows right now. Let's see. Yep, Solo is Silo's Victor. Absolutely. Hey, Saggy Star, nice to see you. Silo seems cool. I'm on episode 4 myself. Oh yeah. Yeah, Steve Zahn is a good addition, and most of the shows he shows up in. I love Steve Zahn. I've always liked him. Hey, Giles Corey, nice to see you. Yeah, they tricked us with that. That was a dirty move they pulled. That was a dirty trick. 73 minutes. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Dieter. I don't know. I was all over the place. I didn't mean to ignore your your comments. Of course, I would never ignore you. Maybe we should make some what if style fanfics of From to carry us to 2026. Yeah, we could, you know, we totally could. Severance is a political show. It's 100% political. There are definitely themes in it, dystopian themes in it. So yeah, but it's not like political in the sense that, you know, it's going to be divisive. It's not about like American politics or anything like that. It's more about in general, like the company operates a lot like a dystopian society. So it's interesting. I need a list of all of the shows y'all are watching. I totally forgot already. Definitely Silo and Severance for me. Yeah, the oldest son woke up at 4.5, woke up at 4:30. Oh geez. Wants to play at 4:30. That's a lot, Dieter. It's a lot to deal with. Severance is great in spite of Ben Stiller, who has terribly cringe politics. I wasn't even aware of what his politics are. So yeah, didn't even know that. Hey, Mackie Vals. Waffles are my favorite breakfast item for sure. Me too. Belgian waffles. Belgian waffles all the way with strawberries and whipped cream. Oh yeah, no, God, now I'm making myself hungry for that. Thank you, Dieter. Yeah, if you guys could hit the like, I would really appreciate it. That would help. Helps me with the algorithm. And I don't want to have From become a love story of Jade and Tabitha. I don't either. I don't want that. I don't want to ship them. I just want it to be about the mystery. And I don't think it will be a love story. I don't. Oh Jesus, Aunt. I don't think so. I don't think they have time for that. I really don't. I don't see the chemistry with them, and I feel like this show should not be focusing on romantic relationships. No, you're not an oddball, Saggy Star. Like, that's exactly how I feel. It's not necessary for the show. The problem is people are still in the mindset of back when we had 20 plus episode seasons of shows, and there were romantic subplots in every single show, no matter what it was, even if it was a crime drama. Now we don't have time for that in certain types of shows, but people still ship everyone. It's just not necessary, and we don't have time. That's the thing. We just don't have time.
I don't think they would do that to Jim, right? Like that would be the ultimate just like slap in the face to Jim. Plus his kids would have to see that every day. You know, just the complete disrespect of their father. I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would do that.
No.
At least I hope not.
I hope not too. Let's remember how slow time passes in this show too. It's very, very slow. I don't even know, a few weeks have passed since the events of episode 1, season 1. It's been a few weeks tops from what I've heard. So yeah, there's just, that would just be wrong to do that to the kids. They're just gonna move Jade in. Like, no, I don't think so. Although the fake Thomas voice did say on the phone to Jim, they're not your children anymore. Maybe that was foreshadowing. They're gonna be Jade's the new stepdaddy now.
It's messed up.
They're not gonna like that. They're not gonna like that so much. Hey, thank you for the support, Saggy Star. Very much appreciated. Hey everyone, including lurkers and listeners. Indeed, I appreciate everybody everybody that's whether you're in the chat or you're lurking or listening, you're doing other stuff while you're listening, or if you're on the replay later, I appreciate everybody that shows up, and if you could hit the like, that would help me out a lot. They sacrifice their kids equals United Healthcare CEOs. Am I right, folks? Yeah, screw insurance companies. They suck. 100%. They suck. My new show on United Healthcare is called De-Existing Condition. Yeah, they're evil. They're pure evil. I do not want to see them hook up, but it's a possibility. I would not like it at all. Me neither. Golden Child says maybe the man in yellow only gets summoned when there is story walking / time jumping involved. That's maybe why he knew Julie. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think he's gonna just pop up all the time, like people are saying. I don't think he's gonna be hanging out in town just murdering people left and right in the daytime. It would be too much chaos. What would they even do with that? I don't think that's gonna happen. So I think he might pop up again when someone goes out to the woods, maybe. I think he probably can't make it to town. And because like Julie said, you know, what was it that she said? She said, you got to get back to town to her dad. So it's possible that, wait, hold on a sec. I lost my place in the comments. It's possible that he can't make it to town. Maybe. It's like, let me see if I have the scene. Yeah, I don't know if I can show all of it because, yeah, I won't show all of it. I'll cut it off before it gets to the gory part because I don't want the video to get taken down. Plus, it's too long. But yeah, this is the scene we're talking about.
Sometimes I remember what it
I'm over here! Over here!
Dad, you have to run. You need to get to town right now.
What happened to you?
Please, you need to listen to me. It's not safe. I think this is when it happened.
Okay, slow down, Will.
No, listen to me. I need to change the story, Dad, please.
That was a hell of a...
Okay. So I got to cut it off there so I don't get the video pulled, but that's what Julie said. So I think that maybe she said, you got to get back to town. You got to get back to town. I need to change the story. So if he gets back to, if he would have listened to her and run, maybe it could have happened. But I personally think that it's what happened to him is inevitable. He was supposed to die there. I mean, I like you could say like if he had gone with her, then okay. Then she was always meant to do that. Like she was always meant to throw the rope to Boyd, but we saw him die. So I don't think she can change the story like she was saying. She said, I need to change the story. I don't think it's going to work, but inadvertently she'll get other things done by doing this, by showing up in different moments. I think that she can maybe gain some insight, show us some past cycles. I would find that really interesting. What do you think, Smitty? I mean, did you think the man in yellow is like just going to start showing up in town, or is this just going to be like maybe he's stuck out in the woods and he can't leave?
Sorry. I think he can go wherever he wants, whenever he wants, it looks like, and then they have to deal with the fact that he can come out during the day, but he doesn't look like he's, just the type to just try to go around taking people out. Like he just seems to have this agenda. Otherwise, he could have done it a long time ago. I do think they have a choice simply because of what he said to Jim when he told him, I tried to warn you. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell your wife to stop digging, or I tried to tell you. I forget exactly what he said, but it was like
Yeah.
he was indicating that he had a choice to go left or right, and he decided to stay on this path, which led to this moment. So again, I'm usually wrong at these things, and you're probably right. So we'll see.
Yeah, I just think that was so cruel to even say I tried to warn you, because when he warned Jim, it was already too late. Like all Jim got for his trouble running down to the house to try to stop Tabitha was the house falling on him. And it was too late. She was already down in the hole. So it's like that warning was useless to Jim. It just caused him more problems, and he was hobbling around all season 2 with a limp. So yeah, I think that I don't. It's crazy. It's like Jim didn't. I'm not a Jim fan, but he didn't deserve what he got. I don't think there's anything he could have done to prevent it. The only thing he could have done is not play along with Tabitha and not help them figure out the music notes. But ironically, that was his character growth, and that's what cost him his life. He listened to his wife, he listened to Henry, and he decided to, shut the F up and listen to his wife. And he went against his better judgment. He thought the music was a bad idea, and he showed up to support her, and he got his throat slashed as a result, which is just, it's terrible. He didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve to go out like that, no matter how much people dislike him.
I miss him. I'm being honest. I thought he was a simp, and I thought he just he didn't really have a purpose for anything. He just opened his eyes and walked around all day with nothing to do except pick lettuce. But he wasn't a bad guy. He was trying to be a good husband and father. He wasn't good at it, but he tried.
He tried. Yeah. He tried, and people don't give him enough slack for the fact that he's a grieving father, that he lost a child 14 months before the events of this show. So you have to understand that trauma affects people, and that's probably why he has these anger issues. He has serious anger issues and needs therapy. There are no therapists so it's understandable why he is the way he is, and he's got these marital problems, and he's quick to anger and violence. It's his trauma, so I can give him some grace for that, for sure. Now I lost my place in the chat. Where was I? Where was I? Okay, yeah, here it is. Question is, how long can one story walk for? Yeah, like, yes, is there a limit on this? How does this work? How do you travel back and forth? Like, that's the thing. Is Julie in the future, is her real body laying there having a seizure, and this is her traveling back? The way that we saw her throw the rope to Boyd, her real body was laying there in the present, and she was having a seizure in that particular spot. Then she had to have somebody pull her out physically, and then she got pulled back to the present. So I wonder if future Julie is laying somewhere having a seizure, and she, maybe this is how she plans it. She goes to this certain location where she's gonna story walk, and she steps in, and she has somebody waiting there. After a certain amount of time, they pull her out. That's my working theory right now for how this could work, because we saw it play out with the throwing of the rope in the dungeon ruins. And other than that, I don't know any other way that she could do it. How else would she be time traveling? Oh, it's very complex, because it looks like she's astral projecting, but also time traveling at the same time. So it's like they're inventing a new kind of time travel, as if this show wasn't confusing enough already, right? But let's see. They were probably settlers that ended up in a perfect place and everything was going good, and then stuff started to go bad, and then the entity offered them a deal they couldn't refuse, said Ant. Could be, yeah. There's got to be more to the story. There's got to be more to the story than just that really simple one little sentence that Fatima gave us. I hope we get more next season. Future Julie could tell present Julie how to avoid all kinds of problems. Absolutely. Oh my God, Rick, truer words have never been said, and this hits home because I wish I could go back and tell past Julie myself a whole litany of things. Let me tell you, I wish this were a real thing. I want to go story walk and tell my young self about a million different things and what to avoid. I wish I could, if only. But there is no time travel. There's no story walking in reality, unfortunately. So I don't think it will be all three walking either. All City Big Heck. I think it'll just be Julie. The other two will probably have some other role to play, and I think Randall is something bad is going to happen to him because he was full of dread regarding those ruins. He said it feels wrong when he was approaching them. So, and he was so afraid. He said he's never going back there. So I think he'll probably end up going back and something bad is going to happen. Who knows? Maybe people's theories are going to be right and he'll turn out to be Martin. Maybe that place was in the future, not the past, and he's going to be Martin. I'm not going with that at the moment, but I'm open to the possibility. You never know. Stranger things have happened on this show. I don't know. Smitty, what do you think about who do you think Martin is? Do you think Martin is somebody we already know, or is he just his own person, like, or an entity, maybe part of the big bad? Like, what do you think Martin is?
I do not know. I have no idea. As a matter of fact, I don't even know who Martin is. So you guys are good at this. Like, you guys don't forget names or nothing.
The dude chained up in the
every monster, every bad guy, every second of this show. Okay, so who's Martin?
Because we're we're some of the crazies here. Like that's like more than most people would pay attention to any show I know. And normally I don't remember names.
Dedication.
Normally I don't remember names for shows very well at all, but this one they stick in my head. But Martin is the dude chained up in the dungeon with the beard.
Oh.
Yeah. People are saying maybe that's Randall in the future instead of the past. Maybe that's the future and Randall's going to be chained up in there. But I don't think that really works because the guy has a marine tattoo and we've seen Randall's arms. He doesn't have a tattoo. So that's probably not going to work.
Or a scar.
And yeah, he doesn't have a scar on his face either.
Maybe it's somebody who hasn't come to town yet. I'm
right.
I'm not sure. Since Julie has gone back and now she's a story walker, everything's up in the air. Like, I have no idea what is going on. I feel like one of the Julies has to go. I'm hoping it's like our timeline's Julie, but she probably can't leave because that would mean that the future Julie can't exist. You see what this show does to your brain? You can't think.
It's a mind melting show for sure. It's a mind melter, and it's about to get as if we thought this show wasn't confusing enough as it is. When you add in time travel, oh, I hope they know what I trust them. I think that they've been planning this. I'm sure they've been planning this all along, but I hope that they have their best writers on this because time travel is dicey. It is a messy thing to do. So I really hope that they're on their game because it could go south if they don't nail this. When you
so you don't think they're going to make their new thing with story walking, not necessarily time travel, but make it their own thing?
I think they'll make it their own thing, but it's going to be the equivalent of time travel. It's basically time travel. Julie from the future trying to save Jim, but they'll put their own spin on it. It's still going to be messy though, super messy. So they got to be careful how they handle this. And this is a really interesting idea, and I've thought about this. All this debate about who Eloise is, where she is. Yeah, maybe she's a story walker also. That's possible. Or it's possible that future Julie goes back and does something with Eloise, maybe brings her somewhere, and that could explain what happened to Eloise. Maybe she's the missing link. We don't know what happened to Eloise. That's still up in the air. Yeah, there was a grave, but Victor only said, I think that's her. We don't know for sure. I wish that were resolved. That's really irritating me, to be honest. It's one of my complaints about this season. I wanted that to be settled, but oh well, the mystery of Eloise lives on still. And I'm telling you, they better do something good with it. If after they teased it for this long, this better be good. If it ends up being nothing and she's just deceased, I'm gonna be pissed.
I think she's alive, and the only reason I think she's alive is because of how much dialogue they used on her when Henry was presented with her grave, and Victor went into how much was left of her, and he wasn't sure that it was her.
Yes.
So I don't think she's dead. I think she will come back, maybe even next season, but I don't think she's gone.
I agree. They have to pay this off now. I've been saying since season 2 that Eloise is like a Chekhov's gun. When you have a Chekhov's gun concept, it's if you see a gun in a show that's introduced, then you know that gun is going to be used at some point. There's going to be a point to it in the plot. That's a Chekhov's gun. She's essentially the absence of Eloise and the absence of a storyline about her, or like an ending to her story. It's kind of like a reverse Chekhov's gun because she's not actually there, but they introduced her, the concept of her, and they never said what happened to her. So they need to pay it off and make this part of the plot for it to mean anything, because otherwise there was absolutely no point to introduce a forgotten sister and then just keep leaving it up in the air whether she's actually deceased or not, and eventually just say, oh yeah, she's dead. No.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't do that.
In season 5, they're like, oh yeah, Eloise, she's dead.
Yeah. No, the feds will riot at that point after years of
like,
theorizing about freaking Eloise. We all thought we were going to meet her this season. Remember, we were also sure Tabitha was going to. Everybody was like almost on the same page. Almost everyone was on the same page on this. That Eloise she got out of Fromville, and Tabitha was going to meet her on the outside somewhere. I thought she was going to be in a mental institution, and Tabitha
or she was the one that did the artwork.
Right. Everyone was so sure of it, and then nothing. Once I decided I agreed with Tony Teflon that Tabitha was coming back in episode 4, I knew we weren't getting Eloise then. I knew we wouldn't, but I hoped we'd at least get her by the end of the season, like knocking around at the cabins or something. Nothing. No Eloise. Still. It sounds really ghoulish and strange, but when we were watching that live, that scene with the graves, when it showed the second rock, see, I was like thinking, I was holding my breath. First, it showed the rock from Miranda, and then it showed the other one. I literally was like, "Oh my god, yes, finally answers!" And this is such a sad, somber moment, but I just wanted it to be resolved and finally say, "Okay, yes, she's definitively gone. She's done." I know it's more interesting if she's alive. I just wanted an answer. I didn't care what answer it was. I just wanted a definitive answer. But now that they dragged it out to this extent, now we're going into season 4. She better be alive. That's all I gotta say. She better be alive. Dieter says, indeed, but I do wonder what the other two would be able to do and why Julie can story walk and the others don't. If you think about it, though, all 3 of them had different reactions to the cicada coma. Randall was haunted by invisible cicadas and buzzing in his head. Julie has screaming in her head. Marielle, we don't know what the hell's wrong with her because she never said, but she just said she's not okay in the finale. So they had different after effects, which tells me that they probably have different abilities or lack thereof, or something going on here. I don't know. They're probably all going to have different roles to play going back into the ruins, I think. So we'll have to see. But I don't think they're all going to go story walking all over the place. Probably not. Anyway.
Not hoping for Randall to turn into a giant cicada.
No, that would be pretty comical, but
Yeah,
no.
cicada powers.
No.
Or it could be the opposite way. He can be a tiny cicada with Randall's head.
Yeah, that would be great. Oh my god, I can picture that in my head now. Joan R said there would be so much messy family dynamics with the kids, and the kids would become annoying, asking so many questions and taking Jim's death out on Jade. I don't want to see that kind of soap opera stuff. I hope they don't go there. It's gonna be messy with Henry though. How's Tabitha gonna act now that she knows Henry was her hubby in her past life, and that's gonna be weird. So that's already super awkward. If Jim were there, it would be the My Three Husbands show.
Yeah,
so
even more awkward.
Even more awkward. Mackie Val said, I think she'll probably do a lot better next season. Finale was good. Oh yeah. People like Robert Saunders remind me of Sam Stanley in Twin Peaks. He calculates how much furniture is worth, but misses all the cool stuff happening in the show. No, he catches all the cool stuff too. Trust me. His theories are really interesting. They're super interesting. He hones in on such minute details that I don't have the patience for, though.
He was played by Kiefer Sutherland in the movie, which was cool.
Oh, cool. Nice.
In Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, the movie.
Norman was the red one. Norman, who the fuck Norman is, tell us. Yeah, I'm gonna play that Norman scene. I want to settle that once and for all.
Well, the fact that Norman means Viking or Northman is interesting. It
is interesting, considering the runes look kind of like they could be related to that, right? So, Hey, Carrie. So nice to see you, Carrie. I hope you're doing all right. Great to see you as always. Hey, Aunt, I think everybody's going to die, and Ethan will be the last one alive. I've heard that other people say that. Damn, I hope not. That would be depressing as hell. Oh, so bleak. Yes. Yikes. Hope not. Hey, Amy Cinnamon Sweets. Nice to see you. Did this life just start? It started at 11:15. I went way later than usual. Mark says, yes, the raccoon eyes, the pale skin, the hair loss, all signs of severe malnutrition. And lack of sunlight, lack of vitamin D. I think so. Maybe that's where the man in yellow keeps them locked up, and maybe in the caves. Doing well, at least I'm here now. I'm glad you're doing well, Amy. No problem. Julie and Scarlett have 6 hours to go. I'm gonna try not to tonight. I'm gonna try. Boy and White definitely not evil. No evidence for that. Yeah, we don't really have evidence that he's evil. There's one scene though that always stuck in my head where he does look pretty ghoulish when young Victor is in his flashback, and you see bodies all over the place. The boy in white is on the merry-go-round smiling with a bunch of dead bodies around him. It's pretty dark.
Motioning to Victor to get on the merry-go-round.
Yes, which is symbolic beyond belief. The endless cycle that they're in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think he's evil. What if the boy in white is evil because he keeps giving these people hope to fight back, which ultimately feeds this place? That's possible. It doesn't want to just kill you. It wants to make you feel, and it feeds off that. Well, that's 100% true. Whether it's the boy in white doing it, though, I don't know, but that's 100% true. Catching up on Silo and taking care of my sick girl. Oh, I hope your little girl feels better, Amy. Hope she feels better. Yes. Okay. Maybe the boy in white gave all hope and became the man in yellow. I don't think so, only because we have a man in white. We have our man in white painting. So that's who he must become. That's definitely who he must become. And like the man in white I do think the man in white looks pretty hopeless and depressed for sure, though. I've always thought that, like, he doesn't look evil at all. He does have a knife in his hand, what looks like a knife, but I think that symbolizes the fact that he has to do some harmful things sometimes, or allow harm to come to people because he doesn't have a choice. The ends justify the means kind of thing, where he can only help a certain amount. There's only so much that he can do. So I'm actually working on a video comparing the man in yellow and the boy in white / man in white. And like, I'm looking for the picture. Where is it? Yeah, so I'm going to do a video on this and kind of compare the two, because I think that there are two opposing forces. Let me see. I'll show you. So this one is... So this is our man in white that we've seen in the opening credits since episode 1. And, you know, he, like, this is another example of how this was planned all along. They've shown us this from the very first episode, and we always wondered about it. This is clearly not a boy anymore. This looks like a young man, and he looks very depressed. He looks dejected. His eyes are droopy. He's not smiling, and he's got a crow for a mouth, which some people think suggests that he's evil. I don't think so personally, but he definitely looks like he has a crow mouth. So this is what I think the boy in white's true form is, but he presents himself as a boy to be less intimidating, to be as disarming as possible, so that people are not afraid. Like Victor, he'd connect more with the child, and Sarah and Tabitha. Tabitha's maternal instincts would connect more with a little boy up in the tower. And so yeah, I think he presents himself as a boy on purpose, not just to try to deceive them, but so that they won't be as afraid, and maybe they'll trust him more. He also looks kind of dirty in this form. He doesn't look as pristine. I see dirt marks on him. So like, it just kind of shows that he's kind of beaten down. I think he's resigned to what he has to do, and then, you know, the man in yellow is a separate figure. So I think they got to be two different things. And the interesting thing about the man in yellow painting, only one side of him is dirty so far. The left side, his right, but our left, looking at it, is clean. So, and he doesn't have gray hair; it's brown. So maybe this is before maybe he was a person who was corrupted, and this is before he fully turned into an evil entity, and so this is the beginning of it. It's interesting, but I think those are our two figures. I think those are our two opposing forces, in my opinion. But let me see. Let me get back to what you guys are saying. The boy in white. Hey, El Marie. The boy in white controls nothing but sees everything. It's possible that he can't really do much. I think he might be able to bring people in to try to help, though. If we remember, Boyd was a 30-year military veteran, and he specifically had experience going to the worst hellholes on Earth, making do with the most limited of resources. And then he winds up here. I mean, what's a worse hellhole than this? With what place could be worse with less resources than this? And I think that it's just so uncanny that it makes me think he was brought there by an entity trying to help. Boy in white pointed to tree for Sarah to push Boyd through, which led to worms, cicadas, and possibly rebirth of Smiley. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know if it was his fault that happened. Boyd might have wound up where he wound up because of that little slip of paper in his pocket that said 1864. I still think that might have had an effect on where he landed. But the boy in white also sent Julie and Victor through the tree, and they on the Colony House massacre night, and they were both okay. And Oh, and the other thing, what was I going to say about the I think that yeah, like he might like the reason why, again, he's an ambiguously good figure, I think, personally, in my opinion, if he is bringing people in to help, like Boyd, he's causing them horrible fates, having to live there. It's not really a good thing to bring people there, but it's in the effort to try to help people and break the cycle. So that's where the Machiavellian kind of thing comes in. Joan said, I think they said the children were murdered by people they loved, so they could have been sacrificed by family/loved ones other than the parents. Yeah, it doesn't have to be just the parents. The teen in white ain't helping nobody. Yeah, well, hey, you never know. It's still very ambiguous. Flyiness, hi, welcome. I think something talked to Christopher through Jasper. Possibly. It looked like it was just the boy in white, but I would love it if Jasper has more of a role. Boy in white versus man in yellow, epic battle at the end. I would love it. Yeah.
Or the man in yellow voice Jasper.
Yeah, could be. Ella Marie said, I can never tell what time period Boy in White is from. That's the weird thing, right? Why is he wearing what looks like a little tennis outfit? It doesn't really look period correct with the Ankui kids. So the theory that he's possibly the 8th kid that escaped and didn't get sacrificed, it's kind of hard to understand why he's dressed that way then. That doesn't really make sense. So I struggle with that. I don't really understand that, why he's dressed the way he is. Hey, Trey. Welcome. My StreamYard is slowing down. Shoot, why is it doing that? That part where the Jade is coming down the ladder jump scare scared me so bad with Jasper and Christopher sitting there all goofy. Like, I freaking loved that so much. Oh my God. That was one of my favorite scenes in the whole season. Yeah, that was great. Even though it was kind of a rehash of a jump scare we already saw. Yeah, that scared the bejesus out of me too, Mark. It's evil versus evil, in the words of Ramsay Bolton, if you think this has a happy ending. Ooh. I know who that is, even though I've never seen that's a character from Game of Thrones, I think. I've never seen the show, but I know some of it. Zulinator said Boyd freeing Martin set a whole chain of new events where that ruin entity needed a replacement for Martin. That being said, the end game is for Boyd to fulfill that role that Martin played. Yeah, it could be. They both have the military experience. So that's possible. Boy in white clothes look like they're from 1900s or late 1800s, like Downton Abbey time period. Yeah. Why did they want to be immortal? Immortality is never fun. Yeah, the people in Tuck Everlasting regretted it. They didn't want to be. I found that book so depressing. I don't even want to read it again or watch the movie, but I know there are connections that could be made to From, so I guess I'll watch the movie. It's so depressing.
Often vampires regret it.
Yeah, they do. Hey, Nesha Rochelle, nice to see you. Happy Friday night / Saturday now to you. Okay, so what if Boy in White is also Jade and Tabby's kid? Maybe they saved the girl and sacrificed the boy in white. I've heard that theory that maybe he's one of their kids. It would be fitting if they had 2 kids because Tabitha, all of her selves, past lives seemed, well, we don't know all of them, but she has 2 kids in this timeline. Miranda had 2 kids. Okay, well, Tabitha had a 3rd child, but the child is deceased. The point is there were 2 kids in Fromville. 2 kids from Miranda in Fromville as well. So maybe the boy in white was their other kid. I think it could be. I like that idea.
I think you're right. I think, what if she keeps coming back here, like in the different lives, the different timelines? She just, she keeps bringing new kids with her. Now it's Julie and her brother I don't know.
Right. I think so. I think that keeps repeating itself over and over again. And this place is like, it wants to, take her children over and over again in every cycle until she can figure out how to, complete this mission. Whatever the hell save the children means, because these kids are not alive anymore. That's the big mystery. But yeah, I bet they all versions of her had 2 kids there. Oh wait, I forgot to read this. I think since the boy in white is growing, I think next we see man in white and a man in yellow. I think this will be perfect, actually. Like they can just segue right into the man in white. They've already. I feel like maybe they planned that on purpose, knowing that of course he's going to grow. Maybe that's why they had that man in white in the credits from the beginning. So now we just need them to get Michael Emerson. Come on, let's all like crowd fund, raise enough money for them to pay Michael Emerson to be the man in white, because he would be perfect. The dude looks exactly like that. And he plays such a great. Well, you know what though? That wouldn't be good, because he plays a great villain, and I don't think he is a villain in The Boy in White, Man in White. But he looks like him. He really looks like him. I got the biggest question ever. Say they all do make it out. How do they explain to the police what happened to their family members? Nobody will believe their story. Mental hospital for them all. I don't know. Yeah, nobody would ever believe it. And anybody who makes it out and had family members that don't, they're going to be probably suspected of murder.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, like Henry.
Like Henry. Yeah,
Tabitha's
going to be. She would be wanted for murder of Jim, for sure. She would have been wanted if she had stayed in Camden, with her family missing and her turning up. She was so afraid to talk to the police.
That's why I was surprised there were no more outside shots of Camden, like maybe an investigator or something trying to piece together things.
Yes. Yeah, I'm surprised. I guess I think they want to keep stringing along people who think that it's a simulation or a level 2 of Fromville, and if they show us that without a character out there to see through their eyes, then they'll kind of be giving away that, okay, yeah, this really is the real world. I feel like they really want to keep certain people's theories alive as long as possible, it seems. Severance takes place in a fictional town named Kier. Makes you wonder how important that family really is. Oh, yeah. That's the founder of the company. And the town is called Kier. So it's definitely bigger than just the company. It's a bigger deal. I'll say that. I believe that. They can't just walk back into the real world after everything that happened. Nobody will go for their story and think they're nuts that killed their families. Absolutely. Oh, I didn't know this, Doc. Severance was inspired, at least in part, by the novel Neuromancer. Okay.
That's a plus.
Oh, they're all going to either die or straight to the nut house. El Marie. Yeah. Okay, scrolling down, I'm trying to catch up here. I'm behind you guys again. Yeah, with Marielle, I don't know if that's going to happen. Kenny deserves something. Maybe Jasmine is going to knock on the window now that he lives at Colony House. Oh yeah, God. I hope Kenny's not that desperate. He's got his Danny though. I think him and Danny are hooking up probably. Seems like it. I hope Murray's hair will grow out already. I don't like the blonde in the front like that. I don't like that very much either. It would be nice if they would just like wash it. like it looks like she never washes that hair. I know other people seem like they have shampoo in this place somehow. So, oh shoot, I lost my place in the chat now. Okay, yeah, it's giving Danny plus Kenny, and I hate it. Yeah, I'd rather not have that. But couldn't Jim have just died in one of Julie's story walking episodes, but she saves him in another one? It's possible. I wouldn't rule anything out completely. Hey there, Brian P. We'll find out Jade and Tabitha were in the RV getting it on while Man in Yellow's got Jim pinned against it. Oh, jeez.
Messed up.
That's messed up. Sarah has a new friend, the screwdriver. Yep. I feel hey, I feel if Victor sees the man in yellow with his own eyes, he will know who he is if he's never seen him before. I wouldn't be surprised. I think maybe Victor's never seen him before. Because Victor's never drawn anything like him, but maybe. Let's see. I think Man in Yellow can't expose himself by going in town. I think maybe he can. Maybe he has the ability, but he just isn't doing it because he's pulling the strings from a distance. But he had to intervene in this case, maybe. Jim doesn't even see Julie's hair. Yeah, that was a sad scene. I felt bad. All the kids in From becoming emo, kind of becoming emo for sure. Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to catch up here. I see that scene with Jim as the point Jim realized how he remembers things isn't how they happened. Interesting. The real curse From becoming emo. So did Jim really die, or is this just a seizure fever dream, like when she went to the ruins with Randall? No, I think it's real, and I think what she did at the ruins was real too. She even said that she doesn't feel like it was a dream, that she thinks it really happened, and she really did throw the rope to Boyd. That's how he made it out. So I think it's all real. It's just this weird astral projection kind of time travel thing that they're inventing on this show. Care isn't top notch, but at least HMO Fromville does cover a pregnancy. Demon pregnancy, a post through your leg, house collapse, bear trap, covered. Pre-existing conditions, Parkinson's, not so much. Very true, Brian. Yeah. Hey, Jason. I'm sorry, not a hater, but doesn't Ethan sound too smug? And Julie seems to recognize yellow. She does kind of seem to recognize Man in Yellow. Yeah, she does. And yet this seems like the first time she's ever tried to save Jim, because she said, I think this is when it happens to Jim. So she didn't know, but she must know something about the Man in Yellow. I think so. And yeah, Ethan does sound kind of smug, but I trust Ethan. He seems to know what he's talking about. I just get the sense that he's there to give us insight into what's going on. I don't care about Jim, but it sucks his kid had to watch him die. And she probably had to watch it more times than once. I'm sure she's going to keep trying again. This was probably the first, though. Emo phase came out when my daughter was born, Amy says. The Man in Yellow was playing games. He could have killed them all. I agree. I think he could kill them all, but he chooses not to. He's milking their pain and their suffering. Sometimes parenthood dissolves emotional affectation. Yeah, sometimes. Hey, Catherine. I think it's inevitable, but he'll die differently. Okay. Zulinator says, I think Julie can only travel to the past and not the future. If that is the case, then when Boyd entered the tree and ended up in the well, he traveled to the past. Yeah, I think that's probably correct. Matt Gilbert says, I like people who can admit when they are wrong. Good for you, Smitty. It's good. You know, I admit when I'm wrong too. You know, I've gotten stuff wrong a lot, and it's better than doubling down and trying to like tap dance your way around a theory and cling onto it for dear life, like some people do. You know.
Yeah. If I'm wrong, I don't give a shit. I'll tell you I'm wrong. I don't care.
Yeah, you know, it's good. Like, it's some people are just way too like full of confirmation bias, and they just can't let something go, and the evidence for something changes. Like, if I see the evidence change, I'm going to change my theory. That's just how I feel. Okay, let's see here. I think it's the Noob Gamer says, I think it's a time loop. Man in Yellow was after Julie and Jim was in the way. The present Julie doesn't know her future, and her future self failed and will try to change the story. I don't know. I don't know, because the Man in Yellow just shoved Julie off, just like flicked her away like a little gnat. Get away. He didn't seem to care about her, but I don't know. But we'll see. We will see. It's almost as if Martin was some sort of battery of which misery is the energy source. Boyd freeing Martin in the past set a chain of events whereby the entity needs a replacement. Okay. Yeah. That's an interesting take. I like that. I believe the end game is for Boyd to fulfill that role once everyone is dead and he is completely broken. Yeah, that could be the end game. Hopefully it won't actually happen, because that would be sad. It would be very depressing. I like happy endings. It will be the sacrifice, possibly. I think his death can only be changed to have some meaning. That's all she can change. Yeah, I agree. Justice for Jim. Absolutely, Brian. Justice for Jim. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think she'll change anything either, Matt. Just gain information, which will be helpful, I think, possibly. Right before Jim approached the RV, the scene seemed to look like a bad edit. Something changed, like the perspective or point of view. Yeah, it had an odd look to it. So I agree with you on that. I think Jim had this look of utter regret right before Julie shows up. He really did. He really did. Like, I felt bad for him. From the beginning, he wanted to salvage his marriage, you could tell. And Tabitha was just done. She's so done. If she can go back in time and change the past, she's basically a god. Yes. Wolf Spirit says Jim dying was always going to happen. I agree. Man in Yellow killed him for a particular reason. I think it's to cause more trauma for Tabitha, and yeah, it's to mess her up, make it more difficult to solve things. It's a big distraction. So maybe Julie can't change the story, but Marielle and Randall may have other powers that can help Julie. That's possible. Yeah, that's why you never listen to your wife. Yeah, that's what Jim got for listening to his wife. The one time he listened, damn. Well, it'll help Julie if she can fix it. She will learn more about the history of the place, possibly. Yeah, definitely. Laying somewhere. Feel like it has to be the ruins. I think so too. Or some other special place that interacts with different areas. Like maybe the spot where it looks like there was a motel. So we've all wondered about that. Maybe that will be important in some way. Hashtag keep Jim dead, though. Jeez. Yeah, only just because it would cheapen things if they change it. I still feel bad for him, but I don't think he's done.
Yeah. I don't think he's dead. And I want to see Tabitha's reaction when she finds out he's dead, just to see if she cares at all. You know, she goes, "Oh no, what happened?" You know,
yeah.
Or she's just actually sobbing. Because I've seen nothing from her in the way of care or emotion for Jim in any way. But Jim, at every turn, has been at her side. When Victor told him that she fell, he immediately ran inside and asked her if she was okay, and walked her to the diner to have to explain to all those people what was going on. He had her back. He was trying to comfort her. He gets up in the middle of the night, tries to comfort her, and every single time, he just gets stepped on. So,
no, you're 100% right. You're absolutely right. I mean, they both have their issues, and in that argument that they had, they both said stupid things, but he has demonstrated so much care and concern and love for her, and I've never seen that from her for him. I agree. You're absolutely right. He seems to want to salvage their marriage, and she is just so done with it. And yeah, he like he got up that actually I was on his side that night. He got up to comfort her in the middle of the night when she had a nightmare and she picked a fight just because. She picked a fight like for no reason at all. Yeah. Yeah, she she was just so over it, and so, yeah, I feel bad, for him. Yeah, he didn't listen to her like he should have, but you can kind of understand he's a grieving parent, and they both needed a lot of therapy, clearly, and they weren't gonna be getting, mental health counseling in Fromville, so, um, Jack's Law 2.0 said there is a TV show called Peripheral that does a good job with time travel that would work here as well. I've heard that's really good, but then it got canceled, so now I feel like maybe I shouldn't watch it because I know it's gonna end unsatisfactorily. So it sucks. Has anyone spotted a more experienced story walking Julie in episodes before episode 3-9? Yeah, now we gotta watch for that. Got to look for future dialogue or confused present Julie on Rewatch. Definitely, we're gonna keep an eye out. Absolutely. If I could time travel and meet a younger me, I would probably slap myself repeatedly. Me too, Matt. I'm totally with you on that. I would slap my younger self. No, just give advice. Yeah, absolutely, Dieter. I'd warn myself about making dumb mistakes. Yeah, 100%. Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't think Martin is in the future, All City. I'm open to other people's theories, but I don't think so. And hello there, Rose Jones. Welcome. With Randall's harsh reaction to Ruins versus Julie's, really hope is he and Mari get different Fromville superpowers. Abilities from Ethan's stories / Chromonocle, maybe. Maybe. I would like to see something like that. I think maybe Ethan may be a storyteller and he can come up with a new story with Julie's help and save their dad. That could be. Absolutely. Calling it now, Martin is Boyd. It's why he knows the Abby line. Randall is Man in Yellow with his scar healed. That's possible. I see the resemblance between Randall and Man in Yellow. So you never know. Yeah, you never know. Let's see. Hey, Lewis. Victor's sleeping with the monsters. What? I don't know. It sounds like he goes down in the cave sometimes. They said if you keep coming down here, we might have to make you stay one of these times. I don't know if he's sleeping down there though. I think the ruins are like the lodge in Twin Peaks, the cabin behind the fence, like where Jacob stayed until the Man in Black took over the place. I gotta go back to Twin Peaks. I started it, and I didn't go that far with it. Let's see. Martin escaped the massacre because he was already chained to the wall. Yeah, probably. I agree, AAMM. I think Martin is just an apparition or entity. I don't think he's real, and if he is, I think his spirit just occupies the dungeon and he encounters whoever ends up down there by the cicada entity. I think he's just part of the big bad. Same way evil ghost Abby was in the spider webs. That wasn't really Abby. That was like the big bad, sending an apparition. So I think Martin was the same, in my opinion. Martin wasn't sure Boyd was holding a gun, not familiar with a modern pistol because he was a Marine. He used muskets. Yeah, it could be. I think he's somebody who died there, and this place is just using his image, like it used Abby in the spider webs. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, maybe we'll get more insight, Dieter, eventually, into Martin with Julie's story walking. Who was Martin? How many souls has he had? If he's not the big bad and he's just like Jade and Tabitha, original connections. Yeah, I'd like to know too. Hey, Day of the Year. Welcome. Nice to see you. Haven't seen you in the chat before. I hope it's not the type of time travel we'll get the same episodes multiple times with a few different variations. I hope not too. Like, I don't want this to be like a Groundhog Day type of thing. And completely unrelated news, if you have the app, you should watch 12 Monkeys, the series. I've heard that's really good. I want to check that out. Imagine if Eloise is Donna. Yeah, that would be crazy. I would enjoy a twist like that. Definitely. Hey, with Alice. Welcome.
Do you think the picture next to the man in yellow? Because I noticed it was a military outfit, and I was looking up what Marines look like.
Yep.
And the suit kind of matches. So maybe that's a picture of Martin at an earlier age. Possibly.
Yeah. Which picture is it?
The one you had with the man in yellow. Just to the right of that was a guy in military uniform.
Yeah, that could be. Let me see. Wait. That could definitely be him in a previous, like when he was young. Yeah. Let me see if I have a better image. There's some pictures that really show a lot more of these paintings. There's a lot, like if you look at these paintings, like there's a lot you can analyze in them. I think a lot of it is going to be symbolic, but then there's some stuff that could be a definite clue. And that's the best shot I have of him. But yeah, it looks like he's wearing some kind of military outfit for sure. So it could be him. And I think this one looks like Fatima with the blood, blood around her mouth, because Fatima ends up drinking blood. So
it's a good picture. Looks just like her.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to represent her. Jack's Law says, I still say it's all a VR, no one dies. That why did they do them to themselves, or is it torture? Is it a vault in Fallout? It's all about the why. That could be. Ant said, sorry, I'm so far behind you guys. Ant said, back to work I go. I blame Julia off and her awesome streams for being laid off my break. Be safe. Probably best community ever by far. Thanks for helping me through a boring ass break. Well, I'm glad I could help, Ant. I'm so glad I could help. Thank you for the kind words. I very much appreciate it. Absolutely. Let's see. I hoped she would find Eloise too, Brian, at the end of season 2 with a new name. Her memories blocked. I thought her memories were going to be blocked, like Victor. I really thought she was going to be in a mental institution with blocked memories, but Tabitha for 3 husbands, 1 deceased, and 6 kids, 2 deceased, the Ankui kid and Thomas. 1 status unknown, Eloise. Yeah, it's a messy family. That is an absolute mess. She's got 3 baby daddies. No. Right, El Marie. All in one place. That's just messy. Tabitha can't handle another husband. She's so indecisive as she is, says Joan. Absolutely. Oh man. They should have just made Tabitha give birth to Smiley. It would have fit Tabitha's character perfectly. She's the mother of the whole damn town. Hell, she's probably the man in yellow's mother. AAMM. I love it. That's great. Let me see. Okay. Brian P said Julie killing Norman. In first version of the story, she tells Ethan on the RV, Norman dies, killed by the monsters. Later, she changes the story so that Norman lives. Yeah, that's in episode 3. Storywalkers can change the story. The only thing about that is Ethan is very skeptical when she tells him the fairies healed Norman. Norman's going to be okay. In episode 3, he doesn't look relieved or happy. He looks like he doesn't believe it. So I think I go by what Ethan says and how he reacts, and I think that's a clue that it's not going to be possible. That's just me. Chris M said, "Is Maury going to come back and give these daddies a daddy test?" Right? Seriously, come on. This is becoming the Maury show. And then the Fatima thing. Yeah, there's a baby. It's just not yours. That was like a really screwed up Maury episode too. Didn't Tabitha change? Tabitha did change it too. She said that monsters aren't real, so that means Norman isn't dead, doesn't it? And I'm gonna see if I can pull up the scene, the Norman scene, but like she said that means Norman isn't dead, doesn't it? And I think that's a clue that at the end of the series the monsters won't exist anymore. They'll be obliterated. Fromville will be obliterated. And the thing of it is, though, maybe somehow Jim will be back at the end. If monsters don't exist, Norman is alive. That's what she said. I'm going with the idea that Jim is Norman right now. So maybe there's some Scarlet thinks that maybe he'll be back at the end because of that. It's possible. It's possible. Let me see. The man in white is holding what looks like a knife. The man in yellow has a scar on his face. Connected. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, Jay Sleek. Nice to see you as always. And the man in yellow also doesn't have a collar. I noticed that too. The man in yellow is wearing a shitty white, like beat up Henley, I think, under his suit. Not a shirt with a collar, which is odd. Bobby G says, boy in white having the crow mouth is very interesting. I think it signifies the side of the crows. Ultimately, if you think boy in white is good, then the crows are good too. Yeah, that's the problem, because I've been thinking that the crows represent symbolically like the entity that's watching them, because you see like the crow up on the branch looking down at them when they arrive. But I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. That's a good point, and I've considered that for sure. Why do the monsters collect things and bring them to the cavern, including Jasper? I don't know. Some people think that they're fae, but I don't know. Because fae steal people's stuff too. I think it has something to do with personal possessions having a connection to their energy, like their essence in some way. Victor's lunchbox may have been what enabled Tabitha to go through the lighthouse and land near his father's house. So, maybe, I don't know, like certain personal possessions have a power to them, so they steal them. It's an interesting idea. I don't think that they're fae, personally, but I understand the theory, why people think that, why they're like fairies or fae. Jay Sleek said the boy in white in that one photo when he looks older has the same kind of posture he did when he was talking to Victor and trying to chop the tree down. His hand clenched to the side. Yeah, he had his fist clenched to the side when he was talking to Victor. That's true. Maybe he's already morphing into what's going to be the man in white. Man in white seems to be connected to the bile. The boy in white and man in white might be going at it. Interesting. My theory on the eighth kid revolves around Thomas, the OG town that sacrificed their kids. They originally had 8, but one of them died early, like the Matthews family's story. Yeah, could be. The Ankui children are wearing Civil War era clothing, according to a video I watched today. Interesting. That's weird because we've seen historical references going back to the Puritan times, so that's odd. Oh, this is good. Hey, said I saw an interview with the actress that plays Sarah, and she said she had to do the "Hello, Victor" take with Jasper so many times before she got it right. That was so comical. I really enjoyed that scene. That's funny. I gotta watch more of these interviews. Okay, let me see. Hey there, Mr. 49. I didn't know so many beautiful women watch the show. Well, okay.
It's a good move. It's a good move there, Mr. 49.
Yeah, it's funny. Um, hey, Carl Sav, has anyone considered the monsters could be the dead children? Um, I don't know. I don't I don't think so. I know that they have the weird blue veins like monsters do there, but I don't think they're the same because the kids we were told that the kids were sacrificed and the people who sacrificed them turned into the monsters. So I don't think that they could be the same. Personally, I don't see it, but okay. I'm gonna scroll down so I can try to catch up here. If a mass majority of Fromville residents turn up together, they will be suspected of running away to be in a cult. Oh yeah. That's what Marielle was thinking when she got to town. She thought Christy joined a cult and stayed there on purpose. What if Boyd comes back without Abby or Ellis, Kenny without Tan Shen or Mr. Chen? It's going to be a problem. Brian says, really want to see the rendezvous Creelman's Cola Herrera Tech Task Force investigating missing people now in Fromville. Yeah, all these fake brands and companies in the show. It makes me worry a little bit that Fromville itself is fake because the Matthews bring stuff in that have real brands on it, like bubbly drinks. And then you get to town and there's nothing but fake brands. I hope this isn't all fake. That would be a big letdown. Flyness said, I did see some theories about the monsters being the children where Smiley was born in the darkness after dying in the darkness and because they constantly call it a game. Yeah, could be. Could be. Let me see here. The man in Ty Briggs. The man in yellow added a nice boost of intrigue to the show. Absolutely. That was the craziest cliffhanger I've ever seen on the show. Ever. Like, that's going to give us stuff to obsess over for a very long time. And I agree with this, Joan. Boyd's boat has to be part of the escape. They could really go with savior theme by having Boyd appearing to walk on water and calm the seas. I think his boat could be a way out. What do you think? Do you think there could be a way out by boat, Smitty?
I did think about that. I mean, that crossed my mind when he said the only thing that was missing was the boat. But they're always dropping these little nuggets, and you're wondering, well, I wonder what this has to do with the story, like Eloise and the grave and him in the boat. It's just so, I mean, possibly, probably, or it could just be another dead end. But I agree with you. I think that it's possible that the boat could have something to do with them getting out finally.
Right. The way that they featured him with the boat key, they showed it several times, that boat key. So it does make me think maybe there could be a way. There's so much out there. We've seen aerial views of the place. It's huge. There could easily be water out there or an ocean or something that we haven't seen. Maybe it could take them through a portal back out of there. Who knows? It's possible. Hey, welcome, Ray Barnes. Nice to see you. And Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you too. And also CT5V New Era. It's okay, or late AF. No problem. I'm not signing off yet. I'll still be here for a bit. I want to get into some clips. I'm almost caught up with the chat, so I think it was Tabitha that wanted the divorce. I believe Jim just agreed to make her happy. Yeah, I agree. Jim wants to save the marriage.
Like something Jim would do. Yeah. Yep. That sounds like something Jim would do, just to make her happy. Oh, all right, whatever makes you happy, Tabitha. Is that what you want? I'll do it.
Yep.
I love you.
I think so. he shut him right down on the RV when he said, you ever, sometimes I think about the way it used to be before, and she just said, don't do that. Yeah. No love for Jim. Sad. At Jim's funeral, he'll stumble out of the woods and reveal that he just escaped a lake cabin he was locked in for days. Good dad hub. Jim was a doppel who replaced our Jim on his settlement run. Oh, jeez. That would confuse things a whole lot. Uh, yeah. Something has to happen out at the cabins for sure. I think Tabitha was trying to run away from what happened, the changing table accident. That's why she wanted a divorce. Robinville said, nope, family vacation. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's why she wanted the divorce. That's what was breaking them up for sure. Yeah, where did the hair dye come from? Like, Victor is clearly dyeing his hair. Where are they buying that hair dye in Robinville? I don't see any drugstore anywhere. Hi there, Miss MVP. Welcome. I think losing Thomas triggered trauma of losing her Fromville daughter unknowingly, creating that distance in her marriage and ushering them into Fromville. I agree. And I also agree with Robert Saunders. He has a theory that a Fromville entity actually called them, that phone call that distracted them and led to the death of their baby. I think that was a Fromville entity calling them. I agree with him. I like that theory because that trauma set all of this stuff in motion and made it. I mean, Fromville was always going to take Tabitha no matter what. She was inevitably going to wind up there, but the trauma makes it a lot harder for her to think straight and problem solve. So I like Robert's theory on that. I'm 100% on board with it. Welcome there, La. Nice to see you. And yeah, if you could like the video, guys, I would very much appreciate it. That would help me out. Do we all think we'll meet Eloise? I think we will. Yeah, we're gonna meet Eloise. We have to. Yes, thank you for the support, Jay Sleek. I appreciate it. Bobby G said, faceless girl dated Martin no later than 1883 because of him knowing about Semper Fi. I think she placed him in Victor's cycle. Yeah, and that tattoo was dated back around that time, I think, too. Saggy Star said, what were you going to say?
I just said, wow, that is, you guys are so good at this. I suck at this so bad. Like, you guys are like detectives. I'd have missed all this if I was a police officer. I wouldn't have got none of this. You guys just pick up everything.
We're just obsessed. That's all. Like, it's an obsession for some of us, and that's all it is. Like, so we're honing in and going down rabbit holes, but not everybody consumes the show that way, and that's okay.
So good.
Saggy Star said, I think the cabins are the entryway or the exit way. I don't think it has anything to do with the cabins per se. Maybe it's just the land itself or something like that. Yeah, maybe. There's something about that land, I think, that's significant that we're going to find out. Doc says maybe the actors are talented most of the actors are talented in music and dance. I would love a non-canonical special of Colony House sessions of them all showing up their talents and performing in character. Yeah, a lot of them are singers, dancers, or whatever. Those totems got to mean something. Yeah, that was a big letdown. Maybe we'll get some answers in season 4. A lot of people think it kept something out or something in. Jade even said it. He voiced our own theory on the episode. He said maybe this was warding off evil. And then we got nothing. Nothing came of it. So next season, I think something will. It was set up that way. Maybe you can change a story with facts, like an edit, says Jay Sleek. Could be. Let's see. Yeah, Bobby G said Tabitha called it in season 1, episode 1. Stop the monsters from existing. Stop Norman from dying. I just think Norman is a child, not an adult. He's either Ethan or Thomas. That's possible. Yeah, that's possible. It could be Thomas. Brian P says Ethan disbelieving Norman living/surviving. Good point. Ethan does seem to be an accurate authority on Fromville rules so far. I still like it for foreshadowing. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, personal possessions have power. Maybe one of the bracelets will unlock something in Fromville or lead to a specific destination via faraway. Yeah, I'm hoping one of the possessions is going to like make the motel appear, the Star Magic Motel that we've all wondered, like, was this ever there in the first place? Where did it go? I would love to see that. Scarlett has mentioned that too. Randall was carving what looks like a totem head in the bus, and as far as we know he's never seen the settlement totems. Exactly, right? Yeah. CT5V says, hello, Victor and Cowboy Monster. You don't fucking break me. You remember that. Boyd is 2 of my favorite lines. Oh, yeah. 100%. Zulinator says there are still 2 people unaccounted for since season 1, and we still have burning questions. What happened to Christopher and Eloise? Their bodies were never found. I want answers for this too. I really do. But I don't think we're gonna get much for a while. Like, I think well Christopher, at least now we know Christopher died. Because we know Jade reincarnated from Christopher. So at least we know that. But we don't know how he died. I want to know how. Zapped and Kaboom says in the video where Smiley was killed, Victor told Ethan that the orange marker Ethan gave him was dried up. I've always wondered if there was meaning to that. That's possible. You know, they do a lot of symbolism with colors. So I don't know. Brian said, like, damn, the call is coming from inside Rumville. Oh, man. Yeah. It could be. I really think it could be. Anyway, thank you so much for being here, Smitty. I love having you on the show, and you're welcome anytime. And sorry, I'm so disorganized and rambling. I'm not as like, I don't have it all planned out and structured like a lot of people do, but just kind of let the chat kind of drive things. But
That's fine.
yeah.
I appreciate you having me on, and you know, allowed to hang out with you and your crew for a little bit. This has been fun. So I appreciate you having me. Peter, take care of her. You know, y'all be good.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being here, and look, we'll throw your channel link in the chat, and like, let everybody know what you've got coming up for your channel before you head out.
I'm gonna work on Silo. I'm having an issue with my getting my cuts from the company that I use to download my videos. So right now we're just working on I'm going to be working on Landman, which is very good. Check that out. It's on MGM. And Dune Prophecy, which is very hard to understand. And I forget the other 2. My brain isn't working right now. But if you go to Smitty Snippets and check it out, you know, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to find out what it is I'm going through. So I thank you for letting me hang out with you guys. I love you guys, man, and be kind to one another. So
absolutely. Thank you for being here. We'll throw your link in the chat. Everybody, make sure you subscribe to Smitty's Snippets. It does great work over there, and yeah, I had a lot of fun being a guest last night. So you have a good night, and thanks for being here. I know it's a crazy late time. I don't know where it is where you are, but it's 1:36 a.m. here.
Yep, same.
Well, thanks for being here and for understanding the lateness.
That's cool. I'll see you guys later.
See ya. Alrighty. Let me see. I think I'm finally caught up with you guys. Star Magic. Yeah, Star Magic Motel is a hint that there could be cosmic horror going on. Yeah. Like Lovecraft kind of stuff. Why does my live keep pausing? Is it just my phone? I don't know, CT5V. That's weird. I don't know what's going on there. That sounds annoying. Zapped and Kaboom said Smiley has orange hair and was dried up. Oh, good point. Very good point. I like that. I like that. David says the scene with the two puppets reminds me of Locke talking to Walt about two sides, the black and the white. Me too. Yeah. See you later, Bobby G. Nice to see you. Glad you could make it. Zapton says sometimes my earphones pause my videos if they get pulled on. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. Good night, Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you. Yeah, glad you were here. Okay, so I don't know. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, yeah, Scarlet is she stepped away, if you guys were wondering. So what I was gonna do now, now that I've caught up with you guys, I'm gonna go back and play some clips and see what we think of some of this stuff from season 1, episode 1. And let me go back and play this. I'm gonna try. If my Chromebook screws up, then I'll just go back to the photos instead of the clips. But I want to look at the scene with the puppets, some of the other dialogue. Jay Sleek says, that is so crazy that Smiley was that red and black thing this whole time. I didn't even catch that until I came here. I wonder if they will officially say it on the show. They probably will never officially spell it out, but I absolutely think that Smiley was that squid thing on the wall of the cave drawing the whole damn time. I think so. Okay, why is this not loading? Come on now. There we go. Hold on. Let me find Smitty's link so I can throw that in the chat. Do that. Okay, where is it? Yeah, he has a really great channel. He does reaction videos, and he and his sister do lives, usually on Thursday nights at 9:30 Eastern, 9:30 p.m. He's sorry, when you're dead, you're gone. Bring him back. You have to bring him back. Yeah. Heavy foreshadowing. Heavy foreshadowing. They planned it from the beginning, right, Dieter? They totally did. And the irony of this is Julie and Ethan's roles are going to be reversed. Ethan is now the one telling Julie, you can't change a story once it's been told. You can't bring back Tian Chen or Thomas. And Julie's going to be the one who's trying to bring people back, bring Jim back. So it's reversed now. The roles have reversed. Yeah. It just shows Ethan's loss of innocence. And Julie is going to be desperate enough to keep trying this. Isn't that crazy, Amy? It's so good. So good. Yeah, I'm making I already wrote a script for a video talking about this. I just have to put together the photos and record it. But I'm gonna put this in a video. This is just a preview. Hey Samuel, the mom was probably petrified by fear. Megan was one movement away from killing them both. Yeah, but it's like, shouldn't your instinct be to lunge at your kid when that's happening? I feel like it should be, but I understand what you're saying. I get it. AAMM says, I think Megan was going to die anyway, because it seems like only one kid can be in town at a time. Yeah, or, I mean, Julie's technically a minor also, and we had Victor and Eloise, but definitely no more than 2, for sure, I think. And we had 2 on the way, so... Brian P said Frank, Lauren, Megan, Toby, over Jim, Tab, Ethan, Jade, Julie. Maybe that's partly why Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
Mhm.
Like to keep the status quo, like they had to get rid of Frank, Lauren, Megan, and Toby in exchange for Jim, Tabitha, Ethan, Jade, and Julie. But there's one extra, so maybe that's why they wanted to kill Ethan. I see that. That could be. 12:48 a.m. in Chicago, Golden Child. 12:48 for Amy. 7:48 since 2 a.m. to follow me to Nadia Theater. You're incredible. You really are. You deserved that wrench Nadia gave you. You deserved it. I couldn't believe you showed up there at that time. Gosh, when do you sleep? When do you sleep? CT5V, best series of all time. I'm sorry, don't care what nobody say. I freaking love this show. I'm telling you, I love it so much. I'm with you. Right, Mackie? She was being a dick. I couldn't stand her in this episode, and she was so evil about it. She was like smiling and grinning as he was getting upset. Like, don't like that at all. But it is typical sibling behavior.
That's what I was just gonna say. It's typical sibling behavior.
Yeah. Golden Child said the figure puppets are face to face. When Julie looks, they spontaneously fall over. Did she sense something is going to happen? Maybe. Yeah, that's a good point. They just kind of fall over. Yeah, maybe. Julie reminds me of my brother, did all sorts of twisted things to me. Yeah, my mom's siblings freaked her out, bullied her really bad. So, I know it's typical. And then she calls Ethan a baby. He is a baby. He's a little kid.
Yeah, he's so young in this pilot.
He's tiny.
To just deactivate it.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because they all look like they're touching them, like they're activating them. Maybe you deactivate them by knocking them on the ground.
Yeah. That's the only thing I could think of for myself. Yeah. Umbra says, I disagree with the thought that this isn't Boyd. It's 100% part of his character in extreme situations. Yeah, I see that. Like when he gets triggered, I think it's more about him getting triggered and projecting in extreme situations. With Acosta, he was almost about to do the same thing to her. He almost he was lunging at her, and they had to stop him. It looked like he was going to grab her and drag her over. Like, look what you did with Nikki. Who had died.
Yeah, come apologize to her. Yeah, I remember that part. Yeah.
Fortunately, they stopped him before he manhandled a woman. I don't think we want to see that.
Yeah.
Woodrow Nichols said putting the talismans on the ground prevents them from working while they're hanging. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. They have to do that. I wonder. I guess it can't be a matter of them being afraid they're going to get stuck in there. If someone shut the door, would they be stuck in there? I wonder if that would have something to do with that. They got to throw it on the ground in case somebody shuts the door.
I thought that was gonna blah blah blah. I thought that's what was going to happen in season 3 with Boyd. When they caught a monster.
Yeah. Right. Trap them. Shoot. Okay. Would you mind filling space for a minute? I'll be right back.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Let's see here. I have no way to put things on the screen, but I can read. I can read comments. Okay, and David says Boyd is the ruler, but when his shadow appears, he becomes the tyrant. Yeah, I would think the Jungian shadow. Yeah, I fully believe in that. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I'm a little tired, folks. Let's see.
That's understandable.
Yeah, it's also probably summer where you are, right? And not wintertime.
Sorry, it's summer here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am in control. Well, let's see here. Okay. I can't control the actual video. So, and we're stopping at an interesting part with Boyd. And it's interesting Boyd actually took the talisman with him, because if he wouldn't have taken the talisman with him later on, they would have just been screwed. When they came up to the RV and Ethan was there and he had a table leg through his leg, and Christy said they only had 40 minutes. If he wouldn't have had that talisman with them, they would have just they'd been dead.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, at the time they didn't know if it would work outside houses.
Yeah. And I liked Christy was like, it'll work. You know, she put all her faith in that. Okay, and Woodrow says, I wonder how they learned how the talismans work. There's interesting, because there's a theory by Parkland Media that says that they work like magnets, like a compass, and maybe it like is some kind of mineral in the cave that like would affect something like, say, direction of north, and if the monsters both are north, that north would repel north, as opposed to a magnet that would, like, you know, south and north would connect. So I think that's an interesting theory about how they would work in like a scientific sense instead of a supernatural sense.
Then how would you explain the physical talisman at the cabins, like the physical one?
Well, they would have that material from the cave in them. They were like taken out of the cave, like chiseled from the cave rock that's in the cave.
That was metal scraps that were made of. There was no
Are they
minerals
metal?
there.
Because I thought they were rock.
The ones at the cabins, the ones like, remember when Jade pulled out one of the rods?
Yeah.
To get, she pulled out one of the rods. They're all made of metal. There's no rock or mineral on them.
One of the talismans?
Yeah, the physical talismans. I'm not talking about the rocks. I'm talking about like the proper ones that look like dolls at the cabin.
Oh, you mean the totems? Okay, the
totems.
The
Totems. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
okay.
totems. Yeah.
No, I was talking about the talismans over the rocks, but yeah, the I think that's a kind of a different story. I think that's almost a trap for a spirit in there, like a crucible almost. The way that the totems are set up, and then when Jade pulls that one, it like unleashes the spirit.
But it acts as a totem because the monsters can't get in.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
I'm here. I'm back.
I mean, they might be the wards and the talismans might be related in some way.
They have to be, in my opinion.
Maybe the same mineral in the metal. We were trying to explain the scientific reasoning for the talismans and the wards
the
and the totems.
Yeah.
Maybe the metal that's in both of them does something for the monsters, like it, you know.
Either that or it's just a game. Like, you know, it might not even be magical. It's just like part of the rules of the game or something like that. I don't know. I go back and forth with that. But it always bothered me that Boyd somehow made it through when, like, Woodrow Nichols is saying, like, the talisman tomb or, the hut, it didn't have a door, it just had vines, and the monsters saw him and just kept on walking. But I guess maybe he was protected because there were so many of them.
Yeah,
There were
and
12.
I feel like Parkland Media's thing about maybe they contain some kind of metal that repels them is very interesting. Like the cave itself would have that. Like within the rock of the cave, it would just be made of the stuff, and maybe people chiseled them off and made talismans from that.
Actually, that makes sense because he literally like pried them off of the cave. It looked like it was not the cave, but whatever the inside of that structure was made of. It looked like it was attached to it, and maybe what it was attached to was made of the same substance. So it's possible that the symbols on that talisman are not what made it protective, but the actual material itself, and the symbols might just be communicating what it's used for, because like one side of it is day, the other side of it is night.
Yeah, the moon and the sun. Yeah.
Yeah. And it could be like a compass with the 8 cardinal directions on it too.
Right. And now that I think of it, the fact that Ellis has the same runes from the talisman on his jeans, and yet he's not automatically safe because of it. That proves that it's not just the symbols, it's the talisman itself. Because he has that drawn on his jeans, and he still is not just safe during the massacre. He almost dies.
Yeah, because if you had like if you did the history of From and there was a cave, then maybe somebody got a rock from the cave and that repelled the monsters, and then they just acted upon that and carved into it. Would make a lot of sense. Because the cave's always there, but maybe it was just experimental. Like somebody just said, "Oh, this is a cool rock" or something, but then they realized that, repelled them.
Yes.
Like I'm talking 1506 colonial times or whichever.
Right. Yeah, I could see that.
Or Viking times. I think it might go back to Viking times because of Norman, so I would probably go back that far.
Sure.
Like anybody who landed in North America that wasn't North American. Which would include Vikings, Europeans, all those.
Right. Yeah. And Machiavel said, they were using all the talismans in the town at once. It was stronger, maybe. That's got to be why he was safe, even though the vines were the only thing covering the opening. Flyanus said that whoever made the drawings in the tunnels also made the talismans, I think. It could be. Yeah. Victor said that the monsters drew that stuff on the wall. I wonder if that's true. He said they draw pictures too. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, he said they draw.
I like to see Smiley's artwork.
I know, right?
He's like, this is mine. Maybe you drew that Red Cthulhu. He's like, this is what I do when I get rebirthed, and this is my cape.
Yeah. I find that hard to believe, though, that they drew it themselves. I don't know.
I don't know. They're in the caves all day. I mean, they don't have anything else better to do, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. You'd think they'd do more than just that mural. Then, like there should be a gigantic wall of art for all the time they spend down there.
Yeah.
But Brian P says, totems versus talismans. That's how Boyd had it listed on his map. The talisman tomb with 8 legs coming from it. Oh, okay, Woodrow. I think Julie travels back and puts the talismans for Boyd to find them. 12 talismans for 12 archetypes. Yeah, maybe she's the one. Somebody puts them back, I think. Yeah. It had like a vine curtain or something, Dorish enough. Absolutely. How many were killed discovering the way they work? Right?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I mean, that's some of what we were talking about, the scene at the end with Boyd and Christy and Ethan with the table leg through his leg, and Christy's like, it'll work, because I don't know. I don't know.
I know, right? Oh my god. But yeah, so this scene here, this is another good one.
You know what I was thinking about this morning?
This was what I think that's the scene that you were talking about earlier, Zulinator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very creepy.
Where it's real cult vibes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And even the way the girls are dressed too is like Sister Wifey.
It is. It is Sister Wifey. Yeah. Julie's wrong for doing that to that boy. Yeah, Amy. Seriously. I couldn't stand Julie in the first couple episodes. I really couldn't. Like, eventually I came to understand why she was acting like that, but it is a typical big sister thing. I just thought that's strange, but she's so mean to him. And he's just such a sweet little kid. He's not even being an annoying brat or anything. Julius said the crows are the eyes and ears of the man in yellow. That's why he knows everything that goes on. Maybe. I tend to think that they are associated with the big bad, personally. Sarah makes it weird, of course.
But then that's a bit. How come we never see the crows in Farmville though? We only see them outside.
Right. I think there was
never seen it, except for that moment
it.
when Tilly was doing the fortune telling. That's the only instance I saw a crow.
Yep. And I think that it's because I wish I knew who said this, but there was somebody in one of the lives, I think it was probably one of my lives, who said that birds have a natural GPS system, and like the birds are probably right on the outskirts of whatever dimension this is, and every now and then, if someone like say a portal opens and somebody enters, like when the ambulance entered, it was right around the time the ambulance entered that crow may have slipped through and went berserk because its internal like navigating was all thrown off. And birds do have like a natural navigation system. That's how they know where to fly for the winter and whatnot when they migrate, when the ones that do migrate. But yeah, like if a bird slipped through like by mistake, it could just go berserk. That may be why it crashed through the window and died. And there's also a dead crow in the cave too that we see in season 1. So I wish I knew who said that, but I really like that person's
Interesting.
theory. Yeah.
But I also think with the crows though, I thought it was just a bad omen because even Tilly said it later when she was talking with Elgin. She was like, "Oh, poor lady," and then Elgin thought she was talking about the girl that got shot, but she was actually talking about Fatima because that
Yes.
crow dying foreshadowed something bad that's gonna happen.
I think so. I think it definitely did, or at the very least, like I think those cards that Tilly was doing, I think the tarot cards were gonna reveal something that the big bad didn't want to happen. It's the timing of it was just too uncanny.
Exactly. Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting though, because every now and then you hear crows and you see crows cawing in the closed captions, but once you're in Fromville, you never ever actually see them other than that one time where one flew in the window. So it does make me wonder, if like somehow they're right on the other side of this dimension, and so maybe like right at that moment Tilly was about to do the reading, one of the crows got sucked in, just like the way the vehicles get sucked into Fromville, just for the purpose of screwing up the reading. I think that's probably what it was.
It's part of the bad entity, I believe. But which other instance? You said in the cave. Where? Like which scene? Was there a crow in the cave?
Oh, so I think I said season 1, which was wrong. In season 2, episode 1, Tabitha and Victor are in the cave, and they pass by a group of rats eating a dead crow.
Okay.
And the camera very deliberately focuses on it. So we're definitely supposed to notice it. And I personally think it's a metaphor that, because I think that the crows represent the watcher entity that's able to see and hear them all the time. Even if it's just symbolically, they represent that. And the rats represent the people, because Jade literally compares them all to rats in a maze, nibbling on their cheese. He says that in early in season 1. So if you think about it, it's a good metaphor, because the caves are an actual maze underground. The rats are in the maze, and they were nibbling on the crow. They were eating the crow, which I'm hoping that symbolizes that the people are going to triumph in this cycle. They're going to lose a lot more people by the end, but I think they're going to. I think it was like a little clue of a bit of foreshadowing that they're going to defeat this entity that's watching them and causing all this death all the time. So
I truly believe that there are two entities, one good and one bad.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I
maybe
think
the rats are the good and the crows are the bad. I don't know. It could be.
Yeah. You could look at it that way. Absolutely. I think there's a definitely two opposing forces going on, and I think it's the man in yellow versus the boy in white. That's what I think at the moment. But let me see. Amy was saying, wait, what was Amy saying here? Amy raised a baby duck. I raised a baby duck when I was little, and when we moved, a dog showed up when moving there and scared the ducks off. Later, when I was living with my parents and the duck showed up and it had a broken wing. He stayed. Aw. After all those years, the duck knew how to get home. Aw, that's so sweet. Oh, And then, oh no, a raccoon killed him. That's so sad. His name was Snoopy. Oh, that's such a sad story. I love ducks. I love ducks. Monster barbecue. The tarot cards hold the answers. That's why the crow stopped Tilly. I agree, David. Dieter said birds see the magnetic field. I agree, Dieter. The birds could be like the cat from Coraline moving between both realms. They could. Quan Solar said the crows are in Colony House and in the caves. They're always watching around. They're from CCTVs, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. It's like you hear them, but you don't see them. So I don't know. Like, are they watching maybe from just outside? That's possible. But let me see. Crowbeak suit wearing monster. Jade looks dead when he hit his head running towards Colony House. Yeah, he did. I thought he was gonna die in that moment when I first watched it. Tell me Jade doesn't look completely dead after he tripped and hit his head on the ground. And also Tabitha looked dead after the crash. Oh, that's really interesting, Fletch. Both characters are later revealed to be reincarnations. Weird. Absolutely. And I was saying in the last stream that I think the constant shots of Tabitha unconscious, multiple shots, and then Jim reaching for her, but he can't reach her. I think it's foreshadowing the fact that, unconsciously she is this reincarnated person. Unconsciously she's lived all these past lives, and Jim can never fully reach her symbolically. He can never fully reach her because, there was always going to be this divide between them, because she doesn't even know who she really is, where she came from. And yeah, I just think it was really well done the way that they did that. And that's a great point, Flash. Like, she looked dead. She really did. And Jade looked dead too. He hit his head. So again, more foreshadowing that, they had died before and come back. Both of them appeared to be dead, and then both of them come back. In this episode, they both wake up. So yeah, amazing. I absolutely love it. Yes, like Dieter says, thank you all for joining. Still 80 right now, 81 people. Thank you all for joining. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much, especially since I went over this episode already, and I didn't know if people would even be into it, but I just wanted to dive even deeper and just keep going over it, because I think it's probably the most important episode of the entire series, where they hid the most clues, the most foreshadowing. And yeah. Yeah, that's such a sad story. Oh my gosh. A duck. Wait, wait, a mama duck. Oh, that's so sweet. But then the mama duck stepped on one of the eggs and killed it. Oh no. That was nice of you to try to help. But that's so sad. Jeez. That's so cute. Oh my god, I love baby ducks. Anyway, so yeah, we've got Jade, Tabitha, and Jim here. Yeah, and no power lines. They're gone now. That was not an error. There's no way that was a mistake. They did that on purpose. I think it indicates that we're dealing with a different dimension, like a pocket dimension of some kind, because you have certain in sci-fi, like there are thin spots between dimensions sometimes, and that might be a thin spot at the crossroads, which is fitting. It's at a crossroads right there.
But the thing is, though,
Maybe it's
all these people came from all these people came from different parts of town, or different parts of the country, so they did not all pass through the same train track or something like that.
Yeah, they all came from different parts of the country, and I think yeah, so that's a good point. Like the train tracks, you would think that would be
Yeah,
that
a
would be
threshold. Yeah.
yeah.
But
Well,
since they
yeah,
came from different parts of town, that can't be the threshold.
right. It's got to be different for everybody, I would think. Like maybe it looks like that for them, where they at the spot where they entered. Maybe there's an intersection in Arizona somewhere where they were driving that has power lines like that. Now, with every other arrival, we've never seen shots like that. They never did that with the bus or the ambulance or Boyd's car. So we don't have anything to compare it to, but I would think it would vary depending on where they are. So that
That,
probably looks like a piece of where they're from, I would think,
but
maybe.
yeah, that totally makes sense. And also considering Farmville doesn't have electricity, so there will be no need for power lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think so. Hope leads to greater suffering, David. Yeah. There's an experiment with drowning rats to show how this works. The rats that were given hope suffered for longer. The ones without hope gave up and died quicker. Oof. That's so sad. The brother and her are real weird vibe-wise. I always thought they felt kind of incestuous. It was weird. It was very strange.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Woodrow, that's right. The voices told Sarah 2 cars were coming. That's probably when they told her. And the next time we see Sarah, like, yeah, we first see Sarah, you know, she's watching the trailer with a knowing look on her face. Yeah. And then after she has that scene with her brother, she has that weird look on her face, and then she pops up in the clinic later, and we know what's going on with. They've told her now to, you know, to kill Toby. Thanks for being here, Dieter. Thank you so much for all your support. You've been amazing, getting up way before dawn just to be around for the live I was on earlier and this one. So I really appreciate your support so much. Quan Solar says, no real world for them. It's a CGI error, in my opinion. It could be. What about the train tracks? Hey, Anzo. Yeah, the train tracks stayed the same. The train tracks stayed the same. They looked the same. So they're in a simulation then, as the power lines are missing, says Julius. It's possible. It could be. It could be. Uh-oh, what happened? Wait, what happened? There's something going on with the chat right now. Wait, what's going on? Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I showed too much. I didn't know. I didn't even know what happened.
Oh, did
Okay.
the show did it get suspended? Is it?
Yeah, it must have. It must have. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long it was gone for. Wait, I was only slightly behind the chat. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah, shouldn't have pointed out all those power lines. That's never happened before. I knew I shouldn't have jinxed myself and said, oh, MGM never does copyright claims on this show. Like, there are channels that do this all the time and they show segments of this and there's never any issue. Like, they literally do it on every episode of their lives, and I don't normally. But
and in the 2 minutes we saw from, so anybody who wasn't in the live, you don't know now.
yeah,
we solved it, but you know, we don't want to talk about it again. So
yeah, sorry, you missed it. I shouldn't have pointed out those power lines. Yeah.
No, I remember another live where you were playing a lot of scenes and it didn't seem to do anything. I thought we were gonna get pegged.
Well,
I thought like you're allowed to play like for 20 seconds.
Yeah, something like that.
I looked it up, and apparently any amount of time, there isn't even like a set rule. Like, any amount of time can get you pulled. But like, I've seen, the only reason I started doing this is because I've seen other channels do it on every stream and nothing ever happens to them with this particular show. So it's just like, hey, what the hell? Then I'm going to try it too. Chip's going back to haunt us. The YouTube in white. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how this worked. Somehow I'm just automatically back. Is there a separate stream now? I don't get it how this works, but okay.
Yeah, if you're back, that means you never got put down for policy, though.
Right. So I don't know what happened, if the thing just froze for a few minutes and then it came back. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. I'm just glad it let me come back. Now we're all trapped in the from simulation things. You shouldn't have been digging that hole. Yeah, that's crazy. Other people get away with this on their streams every single week, and I almost never do it.
You shouldn't have been diving that dive, Julie.
Yeah, I should have been diving that dive. Oh man. Need to up the render distance of the simulation so it'll render the power lines and other fine details, said Michael. Hey, Michael. We were all story walking, Woodrow. Diving too deep. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It just came back on, I guess. I didn't even know we were off. I was just still talking. Just to you two. I was just still talking. Anyway, I'm going to be more careful here. Julie's claws went too deep. Yeah. Julie's claws went
Did you get
too
a notification or anything, Jules?
Let me check. I don't know. I don't have hold on. I don't have my YouTube tab open, but I lost my phone. Where'd it go? I'm gonna check, but I'm gonna be
We'll
more
be in
careful.
studio.
Yeah. I'm gonna be more careful with this. I'll just show it like very brief little bits. I'll keep the volume off until I get to the point I want. Let me see. Yeah, he says he's driving 20 miles as usual. And I never noticed that she did that until season 3. Maybe because she was never featured as heavily as she was in season 3. So there was a lot more of that, and it got a little irritating, but it was fun to make fun of it. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Oh no, wait. Is it happening again? Oh shit, it's happening again. Damn it, I'm not gonna show anymore. Oh, seriously? Okay. Alright. I'll see if I don't know if it's gonna bring me back this time. Damn it. Alright, I typed something in the chat. I'm gonna wait and see. I don't know. I might have to open a separate stream.
You might have to have everybody just call him the StreamYard. We get 10 people in here.
Yeah. Or I could, I don't know. Or I could open a separate stream. Wait a minute. The last time it happened, it came right back. Wait a minute. They're being really funny in the chat too. I'm never doing that again. Other people can get away with it apparently, but I can't. That's frustrating. Yeah, let me see if I got any notifications on YouTube. Let me see. Okay, I got something. No, it doesn't say I have any violations.
Yeah, well, I just noticed it now. It says you got suspended for a policy violation, and then now it's back.
And now it's is it what is it's back now?
Yeah.
Oh, what in the hell? Okay, I'm not gonna screw around with this anymore. I already played the parts I wanted to the most anyway. So screw you, YouTube and copyright police.
Oh, now definitely you're gonna go black.
Yeah. Yeah, I already played the parts I wanted to the most anyway. I wanted to play the Norman stuff and, like the entrances into town, like the various points where they enter. Once they have the crash, that stuff I'm not as interested in going back over and playing the clips of anyway. So I got in what I wanted to. So we can just, finish up by, just talking a little more and not too much longer though. Yeah, I'm not gonna do any more video. I'm all set. I'm not gonna take any more chances. I'll finish up without that. I already like played all the stuff I wanted to the most anyway. And this part right here, where Jim is pinned by the tree is just so fitting. It's so fitting. Like, and Cooey and Julie.
It's not the first time he's been so helpless, eh? Same
No,
thing as he was under the house.
yeah. When he was under the house, that's right.
Yeah. He was pinned down as well, helpless.
Yes. Yeah. And that's another. Oh, you just made a great point. He was pinned down helpless, and also that was another time when he was trying to reach his wife and couldn't. Just like here, where he sees Tabitha. I'm not going to play it, don't worry. He sees Tabitha and he can't reach her. She's just out of his reach. She's unconscious, and he keeps reaching for her. He can't, and this happens again in like 2 other scenes. He's still reaching for her and he can't reach her. He's pinned, trapped, helpless. And it's just, that was always going to be his destiny, his fate. This is, again, more foreshadowing of what was to come, that he was never going to be able to save her, to help her, to help her with her mission. There was always going to be this divide between them because of her bizarre, twisted, reincarnated family tree, which is symbolically pinning him right now with this tree, pinning him in the RV seat. It's just so fitting.
Yeah.
I love it, what they did with this. And there she's unconscious. Like, her unconscious self is all of the previous incarnations of her. They planned this out so well. The writers of this show should have been winning every award. I realized at the time maybe it wasn't clear what all this meant. It's too bad they can't retroactively like just give them Emmys for the writing of all of this, because now it all makes perfect sense. It's genius. It's absolute genius. They should have gotten Emmys regardless. Season 1 was fantastic.
Yeah,
The
first and second season, they're the best. I think third season, they dragged it out a bit. But the first and second were amazing.
Mm-hmm. Seriously. And Tabitha has her ear on the ground, said Jay Sleek. Yeah. They know we solved the show, Golden Child. Yes. Yes. You have to slow down clips if they're on the same rhythm. Skynet will know. Other channels get away with this on every stream that they do. I don't get why I can't. Maybe I made them just a little too long because I'm newer at this. Tabitha on her wedding night. No. This can't be happening. Yeah, she'd say that no matter the situation. I think so. Hey there, LP Punk. Helpless. So you're saying Fromville is in North Ontario? Well, it's in Nova Scotia. Oh, okay, Neil Young reference. Yep. Okay, didn't get the reference either. Mackie Val's Hannah got nominated for some award. It was, some award. I think the Saturn Awards. For best young performance or something. Yeah, this season she just got nominated. Harold got nominated for a Saturn Award, I think it's called. And Donna, Liz Saunders, got nominated for best supporting actress. I think From itself got nominated also. And I actually tweeted about it. I retweeted the post saying this, and I said, well deserved. Glad to see them getting some recognition finally, and they all should be getting Emmys. They should be getting Emmys next year, especially Harold and Scott McCord. And Harold actually liked my post of my tweet, which was cool. And I didn't even tag him, so I'm surprised he found me. All I did was hashtag Fromily and hashtag from on MGM, and Harold saw my tweet and liked it, which was cool. That never happened before. Hey, Crow and Thrive, you've landed in Fromville. Yeah. Maybe you were the only one on Friday night. Yeah, I don't know. Jim was like, "Oh, it's happening." Yeah. Yeah, it was neat. It was neat, like seeing Harold like one of my tweets when I hadn't even tagged him or comment. It wasn't a reply to him or anything, but he somehow found my tweet. That was neat. Hi, Nicole. What's up? What are your thoughts on monsters that we only see once? Do you think some are shapeshifters? I think what happens with that is just that in some cases they're extras that they just couldn't get back to work on set again, so they can't really sometimes they just have no choice but to get new people, and so I don't necessarily think it means anything when you see certain monsters disappear. Jasmine, for example, was more than just an extra. I think she was an actual actress, and she only appeared in that one storyline with the Colony House, triggering that massacre, and then she disappeared, never to be seen again. Unfortunately, she was great. I liked her, but I think they're all shape-shifting members of the original town that sacrificed the kids. But some of them, yeah, they just can't get back again. The monsters all seem to be shapeshifters. Would be interesting to know if they're able to take on other forms or only their original form. Right, yeah. Like can they switch their fake human appearance? That would be interesting to know. Yeah, I love how they care about the people who like the show. The cast are so amazing. I've only just recently started regularly tweeting. I wish I had started it sooner because I have heard that the cast interact a lot with fans, which is really awesome of them to do. Harold P is always watching like the crows, so be on your best behavior. I feel liked your tweet. Yeah, that was neat. Seeing Harold Perrineau among my likes, and I wasn't even trying to get his attention. He's liked some of my Instagram comments, but that was directed at him on his Instagram, which was cool too. This was cool because he just found it. The tweet that I made. Julius said, "I think Ethan is key to everyone's salvation. He seems to know the whole script. Maybe when he had a seizure, he saw everything that's going to happen. Julie, time travel, can't save the children." That's a great point. Yeah, and he seems to know everything, and maybe it's coming back to him bit by bit, or he just has instincts. Otherwise, I think he would tell everybody if he could remember. I think he would
That's pretty
share.
interesting. I thought the same thing because remember when he was talking with Julie in season 3?
Mm-hmm.
He did mention that you can story walking, like you can only see, you can't actually change what's happened because it's already happened. How did
Mm-hmm.
he know that?
Mm-hmm. How did he know that? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think that original seizure and that vision he had were key, and he said in the vision when he woke up, we'll get to that next week when we talk about episode 2, but he wakes up and he says that he saw Victor, not painting, but drawing all of them, the whole family, and there were crayon pictures all over the wall. And he said, I saw it. I saw the lake of tears. He said, and somebody screamed and a spider came down from the ceiling. And we have yet to really understand what that part meant, but he saw some stuff. He definitely did. Maybe he saw other things and he just doesn't remember. But he has instincts about how things work. So it's a great point, Julius. Yeah. Woodrow said Victor asks Boyd in the peach truck if he found what he was looking for. And Boyd said, yeah, too bad he didn't tell him about Martin. Yeah. Of course, he doesn't communicate. That was annoying. He didn't tell him anything. Victor knew that Boyd was off doing something. I'm not sure how he knew, like, but Chris Small says, I've said this on previous streams. I think Ethan was possessed by an entity. He is one of the few that has had seizures. Julie, Sarah. I know Elgin. Elgin had one also. And yeah, maybe they've all been possessed when they've had them. There's been the question now that people have been talking about, are people story walking every time they have a seizure? Are they somewhere else? Which is, it's something worth considering. Ethan said that he could see Victor in his room, so it's worth questioning. Well, maybe Ethan actually was in Victor's room watching him, standing behind his back, watching him drawing everybody while he was having that seizure. It's possible. Now I don't know about Elgin, Sarah. It seems like everybody who has seizures is tapped in to the place in a deep way. Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to all have powers, to be honest. Like
They
Sarah
seem to-
hearing the voices,
Mhm.
Elgin actually foreshadowing the place before he actually got there.
Mhm.
And Julie and Mary, we don't know about Mary and Randall though, but I'm assuming they have some form of power.
I think so too. Yeah. We just have yet to find out what that's going to be, but I think it would only make sense for them to have some sort of power, or you know, it may not be story walking, but there's going to be something more to them that we haven't seen yet as a result of what they went through. Yeah, Quan Solar, Victor definitely, I think he definitely saw the worms in Boyd's arm. He was looking at Boyd's arm and giving him a funny look at the peach truck. He didn't say anything, but I think he saw them. Yeah, Jay Sleek, absolutely. And by the way, guys, thanks for hanging around while I was MIA again. You didn't leave. There's still 74 people. I appreciate it. I think I was off again for a few minutes, so I appreciate it. But God, yeah, just doing these streams has been even more energized to get into my deep dive of episode 1. I'm gonna make a scripted video deep dive into this episode because there's just so much to talk about. I want to put it in a like a shorter video, not one of just a long rambling live, but like this is just so full of foreshadowing and meaning, symbolism. It's crazy. And the image of Jim pinned by a tree reaching for an unconscious Tabitha couldn't be more packed with meaning for me. And they keep doing it. They're hitting us over the head. The show is not subtle with its metaphors because they do it in like 3 different scenes. But I'm not going to play it, don't worry, because I don't want to get yanked off again. Interesting how Toby is bleeding from the head. Everyone seems to get head wounds here. It's like the Inkui kids have head wounds. Martin has a wound on his head, or what looks like a scar on his head. Kelly was pinned to a tree with rebar through her forehead in season 2. And yeah, again, Jim with the tree pinning him. We got Toby and oh yeah, Jade. Now I'm tempted to play even a clip of it, but I won't. But yeah, he's high out of his mind. Jade makes such a memorable entrance into town. I love it. And the first thing he does, he gets out and he looks at the trees. He gets out and he looks up, and he immediately is like completely out of it, looking up at the trees. His own twisted reincarnated family tree is what brought him here. He just doesn't know it yet. Boyd's like, "What are you on?" He says, "I'm on the ground," which is great. Vintage Jade. I miss season 1 Jade before he turned into Sasquatch Jade. You have an amazing face. He was so freaking hilarious. I love him. Oh, let me see. I thought it was Mari who saw the worms. She did, but it looked like Victor saw them too. It did. It looked like Victor saw them too. Saw a post on Facebook likening Boyd to Tithonus from Greek mythology. And the worms may have been cicada larva nymphs. Yeah, I think they were cicada nymphs. The goddess Eos takes the mortal Tithonus as a lover and begs a boon of Zeus to make him immortal. So he does, but doesn't give him eternal youth, so he continues to age. Interesting. Eos, or whoever gives him solace and saves him from eternal life as a living corpse by turning him into a cicada. Wait, you gotta be kidding.
Oh.
Did they? Wow, were they inspired by Greek mythology in this show? It sounds like it. That's interesting. Wow. And the monsters are a lot like living corpses. They don't have a pulse. They actually don't have a pulse. The EMT checked one of the pulses on a creature, and there was nothing. So they're like living corpses. I agree, Julius. I think the entity sped up the RV just before the crash to try to kill Tabitha and Jade to prevent them from their mission, or to get rid of Ethan, kill the boy. He truly is the key to the map. Absolutely. I agree, for sure. Vector saw the worms when Tabby ran off because Elgin said the house collapsed. Yeah. Yep. At the end of season 2, episode 1. Yes. The 3 nymphs. So, okay, yeah, not much to see here, just Jade high out of his mind. Looking up at the trees, which I find interesting. Again, like, they hit us over the head with the metaphors, but I'm okay with it, even if it's overkill sometimes. And yeah, I swear in at least 3 different scenes, Jim's reaching for Tabitha, can't reach her. And yeah, he can't get loose. Boyd lets himself in. Yeah, once again, she's unconscious, and Boyd finds she's alive. So, yeah, we've got Ellis, and oh yeah, this part here, I don't like him. Look at the mess he made. How did Mr. Liu know that about Toby? That's what I wonder. How did he know? Were the voices talking to him? I think maybe the voices were talking to him in his head.
Well, they said one time that they imitated his brothers.
Yeah.
And that's why he stepped outside that one time, and that's why they had to put him in here with Gina.
Mm-hmm.
So they could be talking to him.
I bet they are. Yeah. I think it was not his dementia like they thought. They just assumed it was his dementia that made him think his brothers were outside talking to him, but I think it was the voices that speak to Sarah. And yeah, music playing. Yeah. It is helpful to have the captions on for a lot of this stuff. I'm with you on that. Like, but the reason I don't is because I use them for my videos too. I use the pictures for my videos, and if the captions are there, then the video doesn't look good. So, yeah, Ethan with his spike through his leg.
You're gonna be okay, son.
You're gonna be okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It's good that Boyd picked up the talisman.
I know, right? They would have been screwed, like you were saying earlier. They would have been completely screwed if he hadn't picked that up. Yeah.
Secondary Sarah scene.
Yeah. It was night as fuck, and they were like, "Ben, come outside and play chess with us." Yeah. That's so mean, like taking advantage of a man's dementia. Like, man, they just have no like decency. Like that's just so unfair. This man has dementia. You're pretending to be his brother's probably trying to get him to come outside. Absolutely. Yeah. This sucks. Let me see here. I'm not tripping. I'm on solid ground. Victor walks around like wait. I'm not sure what that is. The boy in white got him gassed. Let's see. Martin may be a metaphorical representation of the Tithonus myth and a second Perils of the Quest of Immortality parable. Yeah, could be. That's super interesting, Michael. Let's see. The Boyd was on the ground and Victor was looking at him from the back of the peach truck. Yes, the root cellar and peach truck seem to be key places, definitely. That monster let Victor know we can keep you here. That was one of my favorite lines of the season. That was so creepy. You keep coming down here, one of these times we might make you stay. Oh, love it. I hope a monster like last episode, Victor is turned as everyone escapes from. Ooh. Oh, like Victor. Oh man, I want to see Victor get out. I love Victor. How would they make him stay, like as a body? Yeah, I want to know what they meant by that. I feel like that was a warning to him because he shouldn't be poking around. He never used to do this kind of stuff. He was never investigating, trying to dig up memories. Now that he's doing that, it was kind of like the big bad warning him, you better stop it. He could be on the chopping block in season 4. I didn't like that. I don't want to see him gone. That would be a devastating loss to the show. If they kill him off, that would be the stupidest thing they could do. Maggie said, Julie, reading the phrase gassed made me laugh. Sounded natural. I didn't know how to read it, really. I didn't understand the point that was being made, actually. So I'm glad it sounded natural. Sarah gave Toby the kiss of death. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, Woodrow, they were going to kill off Victor in season 1. They were, and that would have been so foolish. They would have completely wasted that amazing talent. I'm really glad that they didn't, that they kept him around. She seems possessed in this scene. She really does. I just keep playing tiny snippets because I'm going to be really paranoid now. And I have the volume off too. Yeah, he said something about like, wait, what did he say? Wait, he asked her something. It wasn't your fault. And as she stabs him. As long as you don't play it, it's fine. The algorithm doesn't read your closed captioning. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, without the sound. It was broad daylight when Sarah killed Toby. I never noticed. Yeah, it was still broad daylight. That's right. Yeah. I was kind of forgetting myself, thinking, how did she get home safely? But it was still, there was enough light. Wait a minute, though. No, it was broad daylight when she killed Toby, but in episode 2, she's still there and she leaves at night and leaves the door open. So she goes home in the darkness in the next episode. So the big bad must have been protecting her because she's working for them. I hope they make him stay like a monster, but can't. That's magic that they will just kill Victor, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too. If Victor was to go back into the real world, someone from Fromville would have to let him stay with them, like Tabitha or Donna, because they would put Victor in an asylum or a group home. Absolutely, he would have to be adopted by a family because the poor guy could never fend for himself after what he's been through. Poor Victor. Yeah, he could never function as an adult. Amy said Victor has a lot of knowledge and knew about the trees, but nothing ever happens to Victor. Yeah, because I think he's being protected. But I think that's about to change, so I worry about him for season 4. I think he was protected because he was kind of working for the big bad unintentionally by telling everybody, stop asking all these questions. People who go looking for answers don't come back. So now he's not doing that. He's trying to remember stuff. He's digging up information and he's sharing it with people. So that concerns me that maybe he's going to think that he's safe and do something risky like he's been doing, like going into the cave and whatnot, but he won't be safe anymore. In season 4, he could be in trouble, I think. That would be devastating. Another Greek myth parallel they pointed out was that of the Minotaur/Labyrinth. Oh, absolutely. Particularly Jade using the ball of twine. Yep. When going into the caves to find his way back out was like Theseus. Yes. Yeah, that's from the classic myth. I noticed that too. They used that in Dark as well. There's another thing. There's a reference to that in Dark with a cave and red thread. Absolutely. So I liked that reference too. And also, yeah, in that myth, there's always like a center to that labyrinth, and I think where they sacrificed the kids, that's like a circular area. That's probably the center of the labyrinth of caves. So it really is a lot like the labyrinth from that Greek myth. And Jade found his way right to the center of it. With that ball of thread to kind of like help himself, find his way out. Yes, the string of Ariadne. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but to mark his way into and out of the labyrinth. Yep. They even talk about Ariadne in Dark. They directly reference the myth and they use that as kind of context for the metaphor that they're going with. They have a character acted out in a play, so they put it in the series Dark explicitly. And in this show, it's not as explicit, but it's definitely, I think, a reference. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that head wound though, like that was nasty. There's something in the Minotaur labyrinth myth about an annual sacrifice of 7 young women, which may have also been a partial inspiration or parallel for the From sacrifice. Interesting. Yeah, interesting, Michael. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I forgot that it was 7 young women. Interesting. Seems like they pull things from all over the place. Indeed. I think they pull bits of mythology from all over, including the kimono lady seems to be from Japanese mythology. There are several different Japanese mythological figures she could represent. She went home at night. Yeah, it was definitely night or almost night in episode 2. They probably let her go. Yeah, Mackie. Yep. But they won't protect Sarah anymore, I think. Gassed means hyped up. Okay. I didn't know. I don't know. I'm not as cool as some of you guys. I didn't know what that meant. Anyway. Yeah. Again, I think Sarah is another one that's not going to be protected anymore because she's not working for the big bad anymore. She's not doing its bidding. They'll keep her around a while. She has a really unique part to play in the show, and I think she might end up she's not going to make it to the end for sure. Yeah, it was kind of like right before evening. Yeah, it was dusk, but it probably was not safe for her to be out there. So Sarah was a sweet girl before, like she said about Elgin being sweet. She was assisting everywhere, the diner and the clinic, before the voices made her do the unspeakable. She was sweet. Yeah, like she was sweet in the very beginning of the episode, telling everyone get home safe. And it's sad what this place did to her. It is. I'm not without sympathy for her. Chris Smalls said, I think it's already been foreshadowed. Victor will get caught up in those tunnels. Yeah, I when I saw that scene with the monster, I really did think that's foreshadowing that Victor is going to get killed off in the tunnels. Just not. I knew it wouldn't be in season 3. They wouldn't reunite him with his father and just suddenly kill him off. And Scott is too good for the show. But I think eventually they are going to do it. It's only a matter of time. Interesting about the Greek myth. Yeah, very interesting stuff indeed, Amy. And the Inuit stuff with the Inukshuk in the caves and the seeming reincarnation narrative, which may parallel the Inuit. I don't know how to say that narrative. So yeah, a little of this, a little of that. Yeah, definitely. And Scarlett had dug up. I had to find what that was that she dug up. It was like it was a Japanese. The Japanese thing that picture you found that was like it looked just like the kimono lady's kimono. It was crazy.
Yeah, the Unambi or Uambi or whatever it's called. I think
Yeah.
UMBE. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's another example of pulling from mythology from all over the world. And that was crazy. That picture literally looked exactly like the kimono lady's dress. Kimono.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got it messed up. It's UBUME. I got the letters. I just got them in the wrong order.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't have any idea how to pronounce that one. But yeah, definitely I think it applies. They're pulling from myths all over, from cultures all over the place.
But like, because America.
It's a melting pot. Yeah. So absolutely. So anybody that thinks that all of this can be explained with one culture's mythology, you just can't. It's not just one. It's not Norse mythology. It's not just Greek mythology. It's a combination of things that they're pulling from.
Ubume. Yeah, I think so too, Michael.
What if the cave layout is the symbol too? Oh, wouldn't that be crazy? Oh, that would be nuts. Yeah, if the cave's layout is in the shape of the symbol. Michael said, I still think Inuit Kujarat are the best match for the slow walkers, pretty much point for point. Even the reversion to monstrous form just before attacking every single time. Interesting. Yeah, Amy, I'm worried about Victor too. I don't like this. I really don't want him to get killed off the show ever. He's one of my favorites. He'd be my number 3. It goes Jade, Boyd, and then Victor for me. I'm not really attached to a lot of the characters, but those 3, really attached to them. Woodrow said Sarah was in a bad relationship and said her ex wasn't around anymore. I think she killed him. Yeah. She said it's better he's not around anymore. I think someone asked her where he is. So yeah, I think so. Like this was a pro move. Amy, I think they're shooting for 5 seasons of From. That's what I'm hearing is what they're aiming for. So yeah, this is nasty. It's not that graphic or bloody, so I think it's okay to show that. But ew, that was so gross. When I first watched it, that was the biggest what the fuck moment. That was crazy. I just didn't understand what was happening, and I still, to this day, this is one of the hardest scenes for me to understand why this had to happen that way, why it was necessary. I imagine she did it with a screwdriver too, said Jay Sleek. She's opposite Miranda, who did installations around town. Sarah does uninstalls with a flathead. Yeah. Seriously. God. Yeah. That's so nasty. The Japanese, yeah, it's Ubume. Okay. I bet when she plucked Elgin's eye out, it made that Windows empty trash sound. Oh yeah. Yeah. Julius said the growing presence of the cicadas could be a special reference to the monsters, since they seem immortal but are shriveled on the inside, like Eos's lover. Interesting. Yeah, maybe could be. Victor has to never leave from. I know. Yeah. I don't think Victor's gonna get out. I really don't. I would like to at least see him make it to the end of the series. Henry will die in From too. Yeah, I don't think Henry will ever leave Victor, so if Victor can't leave, Henry's not going anywhere either. Henry's a good guy. I get nothing but good vibes from him, and he's devoted to his son. He's not going to leave. If his son can't leave, he's staying. He spent too many years without his family. God, I'm so thirsty. I have been talking way too much, not drinking enough. I can't get enough to drink. From is condensing many mythologies into one story. Yes, David, definitely. Michael says, also think one of the big bads is the Inuit Ijurak, which has a penchant for kidnapping children and dragging them off into the wilds to abandon or hold hostage. Interesting. Well, that would fit with the whole theme of targeting children. Jay Sleek, to the victor goes the spoils. Whatever is left of From after everything will be Victor's as he stays there. Yeah, his name is Victor. It seems kind of deliberate that they named him that. It's like he won the last round because he was the sole survivor. Unless there's Eloise, which there probably is. Maybe he was not the sole survivor. In many stories, Inuksuk are used as a way to find their way home if the children can convince the Ijurak to let them go home. Oh, wow. Interesting. And the children want to be saved here, so makes me suspect the Inuksuk will play more of a role in the saving of the children to get them through the Ijurak's forest illusions and such. We'll see. Yeah, illusions. Well, that would fit with, Julie's shirt says illusions in the very first episode, and so this place is definitely full of illusions. That word was there for a reason. In his vision, Kenny heard From's nursery rhyme. They touch, they break, they steal. No one here is free. Here they come for three unless you stop the melody. The cicadas. Oh, interesting. So maybe it's not just the nursery rhyme, like the music box rather, but maybe it's the cicadas, like that kind of melody of the cicadas buzzing. It's an interesting idea.
That kind of makes sense though, because they come for three. So Julie, Randall, and what's the other lady's name? Mira? Forgot the other lady's name.
Marielle.
Marielle, exactly. They came for three of them. And Kenny was touched by the cicada as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's right. And you could also read it as the entity that's coming for three is what they're referring to when it says they touch, they break, they steal, because the entity, it says here they come for three. The entity touched Kenny's arm, they touch. The entity broke through Paula's body, ripped open her body, that red shirt that got ripped open by the cicadas. They broke her open. and they steal. They, meaning the cicada entity, they stole Mari, Julie, and Randall's souls, if you will, and had them imprisoned in that dungeon state. So you could look at it that way too. That the cicada entities are, they touch, they break, they steal, and then here they come for 3. That's how I read it. But it could
That makes
also be
sense.
read both ways.
But then also the cicadas came back in season 3 because Boyd's broke the box, so they stopped. But then they came back in season 3 though, for Randall.
Right. It's like, I thought that was going to be done and over with. I was surprised by this, that there were still these after effects for him anyway, that he could still see them and feel them. I think the entity of it, I think it's maybe just lingering effects. The actual entity was defeated, I think, but it's still haunting him. It's, for some reason, it's still with him. It's not threatening his life anymore. It's not, his soul isn't imprisoned somewhere now, but there's something that's still there with him, even if the entity itself is gone. So yeah, it's kind of, it's interesting. Like, is it really gone? Is the cicada entity really gone? Is it still actually with Randall, or are these just after effects and that's all it is? Toward the end of the season, I thought it was odd that they switched it up. He couldn't see them anymore. They weren't visible anymore. The last 2 attacks he had, it was just noise in his head. That's it. He couldn't see anything. It was just noise. So I don't know what that's about. I saw a really interesting theory. I don't remember who said it because I see a million theories. With all the lives I do and the comments I read, I can't possibly remember who said everything, but somebody had a theory that when Smiley died, so because the monsters are supposed to be immortal. Oh, and by the way, Quan Solar, I do have water here. It's just that I hate to stop talking to drink it because then it's dead air. It's silent. And the silence is deafening. I don't like that. Well, I'm going to take a drink of my water. Hold on.
I'll just start talking when you take a drink of water, so when you're done, there won't be any dead air anymore, and we can get on with the show. Is that enough for you? No, you're drinking more. You're drinking more.
I am very dehydrated. Thank you.
No, but anytime you need a drink, I'll fill in if you need to take a drink. I'm cleaning my kitchen.
You're cleaning at this hour? You're cleaning at this hour?
Well, I got some new plates, so I need to figure out where the new plates had to go. So, I'm doing that.
Wow. Yeah, not me, man. I'm going to as well, just thinking I'm thirsty. Yeah. Thank you for caring, guys. I appreciate it. I don't take good care of myself. When I do these streams, I turn into a maniac. I don't eat enough. I don't drink enough. I don't shut off the stream and exercise when I need to exercise. Somebody actually suggested something really interesting though, which I think I might try. It was Joshua Waterman in my Discord. I think it was him. He said that, so I had been talking about how I wish I could get on the treadmill and walk sometimes when I'm streaming because it hurts too much to rest for this long. I have to walk every couple of hours or my pain gets a lot worse. It still hurts walking, but it's a balance. It's like I gotta walk just enough, and then I have to rest just enough, and just keep going back and forth between the two. Like, that's literally all I do every single day and night, other than when I'm sleeping. And but I was saying I'd love to be able to use the treadmill, but it makes noise, so I wouldn't be able to do that when I'm live streaming. And Joshua, I think it was him, said that I can get some software that I do have to pay for. He said you have to pay for it, but it can actually remove background noise. So he said that he used to like be on Zoom calls and have like a crying baby right in his face and that nobody could hear it. It removes background noise. So I'm gonna look into that, because if I can do that, I could get on the treadmill during a live and nobody would be able to hear it. That would be great. Anyway, I'm off topic. Hold on, now I need another drink.
Sorry, I was putting plates away.
It's okay. I just guzzled.
Okay. How dare you?
I just drank down. Thank you. I just drank down like a 32-ounce bottle of water, and I'm still not. My thirst is still not gone. Anyway,
sounds vampiric.
Yeah.
The thirst
so what I was
you can never quench. I'm sorry. I'll go back to cleaning my kitchen.
No dead air. We can hear you swallow. Yeah, you can hear me swallowing the water. Yeah, but it's still pretty much dead air. Anyway, what I was gonna say was I saw an interesting theory, which was that when Smiley is supposed to be immortal, and so technically he couldn't have died if he's immortal. These monsters were cursed to be immortal. So someone in one of my comment sections said that Smiley, when he died, maybe his essence turned into the cicadas, because his body, it got ripped open. Well, not ripped open, cut open. They cut it open, and then they left it alone after they dissected him. And when they came back, the cicadas had come out of it. The cicadas were all over it. So somebody theorized that Smiley's essence was in the cicadas, so he never technically died because they're immortal. They can't die. So they were he was in the cicadas. That was his essence. And
yeah, but every time you say Smiley essence, I go, ew. Smiley essence.
You got the mind in the gutter on that one.
Nom, eat it up, Smiley essence.
Oh God, that's not what I meant by Smiley essence. Anyway,
actually, I just thought of what you were thinking about. Now that's stuck in my head. Thank you very much.
Anyway,
I didn't mean it in that way. I didn't mean it in the adult manner, and now it's in my head.
I didn't know what it was you meant. I didn't know. But whatever, Smiley was in the cicadas in this person's theory, and then so like the cicadas, they just kind of went on their rampage, and like they were just kind of hanging around, and they were invisibly attacking 3 different people. Of course, Randall, Julie, and Mari went inside of them, and eventually when Smiley's reborn, and this is where I was putting it together, like, wait a minute, so when Smiley was getting to be reborn, the cicadas, they weren't visible anymore, so maybe that has something to do with it. It's like the cicadas were fading away. You couldn't see them anymore, but Randall could hear them. This was right toward the end of the pregnancy with Smiley, right when he was getting ready to come back to life. So maybe that could mean that Randall won't have the cicada noise in his head anymore when this is over. Who knows? But I don't think Randall will be without issues. He'll still have issues, but it's possible I don't think we're going to see the cicadas again, visible cicadas. I think they're gone. So I like that person's theory. I wish I could say who it was because I don't remember, but it was a good theory. Anyway, so I'm thinking probably keep going till like the 5-hour mark, and then get off. So maybe another 15 minutes. Wrap this thing up and try to take better care of myself. Last night, I think I did we did almost 7 hours, which was a lot. not last night, the night before. All these lives are running into each other. It's crazy. Anyway, AAMM said if you look up what the name Eloise means, it means famous warrior. If you look up what the name Victor means, it says conqueror or winner. Makes you wonder. That's super interesting. Yeah, these names are intentional. Famous warrior. That's really cool. I like that. And like, yeah, there are certain names that are like that are named after I think Scarlett was talking about like gems or something, Jasmine,
Yeah,
Elgin.
Jade, Jasper, Elgin Marble, and then 2 mentions of Iron Abbey, and Jade's last name is really close to horseshoe in Spanish. That would be also made of iron, because I was thinking that was kind of going with the team fairy theory that people had, because iron stops fairies.
Right.
So there's a
Yeah.
whole bunch of that. And I thought it was funny because like a Tears book is like they're trying to find 7 gemstones. And I thought that was kind of interesting. I thought that's got to hook up somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Could be. Yeah. It can't be a coincidence.
And plus, Abby has that pearl necklace. You know,
Mhm.
she touches a pearl a lot. So it's a pearl.
Yeah. Yes, she does. She's always holding that necklace. Absolutely. Seemed like the music box was a kind of focus of sorts, and destroying it certainly weakened it. Whether it was entirely defeated, don't know. Right. And anyway, so getting back to this, I'll skip through the rest of this little bit here. And yeah, so we went over this last night. She stabs him through the tongue.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cleaning off the top of my fridge. The thing I'm cleaning with falls perfectly into the cat's water bowl.
Oh, geez.
Yep. One of those nights.
Yeah. So yeah, poor Toby. I hope. Yeah. I hope we get an explanation for that one day. What happened to Toby? I really still want answers on that. I really, really do.
He didn't seem to really care after a certain point. He never really brought him up again.
They never did. No, they never did. This was kind of savage. I forgot about this quote. Who was this saying this? That asshole handcuffed to the car gives you any trouble, you cut him loose. You hear me? Boyd said that. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, they could have left Jade to die. That asshole handcuffed to the car gives you any trouble, you cut him loose. You hear me? Oh. Imagine if we didn't have our Jade. Oh my god. What the show would have been without him. I remember thinking he was going to die when he fell and hit his head that night in this episode too. Yeah. Tabitha's like, I don't trust these people. Yeah, I wouldn't either. These people will get Thomas and we'll get out of there. I know there are still some people who think that there could be some way Thomas is going to factor into this story, and I don't know. Is there some timeline where Thomas is alive? Ethan said that he thinks Thomas is just on a quest somewhere. So I don't know. That would be kind of difficult though to factor into like now we have other timelines that we're gonna put into this. Good night, Amy. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna be wrapping up in a few minutes myself. Thanks for being here, Amy. Appreciate it as always. Yeah, I think I lost me mojo. Yeah, it's 4:07 a.m. here, and I am really tired myself. But we're wrapping up shortly. Let's see. What does this say? Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, Zulinator. Appreciate it. Yeah. Glad you called in.
All good, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
You take care too. Yeah, call in again anytime.
Too easy. Ta-ta.
I love his accent. That's so great. I love it. Oh, you're so sweet. What he put in the private chat, that was nice. Let's see. Yeah, it was great. Let me go back up here. Michael said in the pocket dimension, in some sense, powered by the ghost children's life force and the bargain that was struck. The longer they're fed on, the less life force they have, the smaller it gets. Yeah, sometimes I wonder, like, I've heard that idea, like that theory that maybe the kids are kind of like a battery powering this place, their life force. Yeah, it's kind of draining them.
Seems to be a common trope.
Yeah.
Like Hocus Pocus does that, and the Dark Crystal I just watched does that.
Oh, really? What is it called?
With
The dark
with the elf people, but yeah, sucks out their essence.
What's it called? The dark what?
The Dark Crystal? You never seen Dark Crystal?
No, I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, I'm assuming you just don't watch any movies that come out of my mouth.
Yeah, I've seen pretty much nothing that
I'm
you've.
talking to somebody who lives on another planet, and I'm trying to explain movies.
I might as well be an alien that just dropped.
I mean that in a nice way.
I might as well have just dropped down, yeah, from another planet like an alien because I haven't seen like anything.
You haven't seen Alien.
I haven't even seen Alien. Never seen Alien. I haven't ever seen a full Star Wars movie
Hocus
either.
Pocus?
I've seen Hocus Pocus though.
Okay, when they tie up Emily and suck her essence out of her, energizes that, makes them younger. I feel like that's
right.
kind of a frumish kind of thing.
Right. I could see that. That, by the way, is so dark for a children's movie.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was horrified by the beginning of Hocus Pocus as a kid when they actually murder that little girl. Like, that was crazy. You would never see that in a kid's movie today. You'd never see that. Like the new Hocus Pocus was all like sunshine and rainbows. The Hocus Pocus 2. They never.
I don't like it.
It was not good. It was a big letdown. Yeah.
I have a haunted cookie house I might make right now at 4:00 in the morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it expires this month. I probably should get on it. I probably should make I could make it Christmassy.
Sure, you could.
It looks like an old Victorian house. It's kind of cool.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, I got it for $6. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
Oh, that sounds.
I was gonna donate it to a community group so they could their kids could put it together, but I totally forgot. Time's in the kitchen.
Michael
said, totally talk about my kitchen for a long time.
Yeah. Michael was saying I have an odd bit of theory craft based on the snow globe drawing and the map in the box truck, which seems to show a round town with a road across it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It kind of looks like a bubble world or a curved / spherical space time where if you travel far enough in one direction, you end up back at the starting point, like the road in Fromville. Yes, absolutely.
See, when my boyfriend was playing Alan Wake 2 tonight, that was the same thing. It had the normal place and the dark place, and it was like a place in between the worlds where you could cross. And
right.
Where you're from.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. And that was that was a video game, right?
Yeah, that's a video game, yeah.
So basically going around the surface of a sphere and coming back to the original point. On the map, there seem to be a few sets of scratched out descending numbers, which may be Victor's step distances decreasing over time. Does that mean the bubble world is shrinking? Okay, and then, this is the tail end of it. And then this pocket dimension, in some sense, powered by the ghost children's life force and the bargain that was struck. And the longer they're fed on the life force they have, the smaller it gets. So it's shrinking. Yeah, that's a really interesting theory, Michael. I like that. And perhaps resurrecting the slow walkers uses up even more energy, speeding up the shrinkage, putting a kind of clock on the quest. I like that. Yeah, that's really cool, Michael. I like that. It's not weird. That's not weird at all. I find that interesting. I was wondering what the numbers could mean that are descending on the map. Yeah. Let me see. What else? I think the monsters have been resurrected a few times before. I agree. It seems like it was a ritual that had been done before. It looked like it had been done before. Redhead cheeked up. Yeah. Did Smiley see Boyd when he was born? It looked like he was looking in Boyd's direction, so I thought so, but I'm not sure now if he was just kind of looking in the direction of the camera or not. If he could see.
He didn't go pop pop.
Yeah, that would have been comical.
Knock on the window, pop pop.
Yeah.
That's me, Smiley Stevens.
Right. Yeah. It looked like he said grandpa, but I'm not sure. Yeah, go on. Right. Paula got killed for sleeping. It was bad before the music box got broken. I think they all would have died. I think the whole town would have died. Who knows, I mean, what if something like that killed everybody in 1978 and not the monsters? They were all ripped open. You never know. Hey Dieter, you're back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're having trouble at home. It's okay. You can share. We're all friends here. You can always share. No worries. So the copyright police stopped by. How do other channels do that? I don't know, Dieter. I don't know.
I know Fayfire got like pulled really quick for a Yellow Jackets video. And she wasn't really showing anything. She had it really small. I think she had it backwards, and she wasn't really showing anything except a few scenes.
I think some people could get away with it with certain shows more than others, depending on where the studio is, or who that makes it, what studio. And for some reason, From doesn't get a lot of copyright claims. A lot of people don't get copyright claims on it, but I guess I pushed my luck a bit too much. Dieter, I did not eat enough. No, I'm gonna get off shortly and eat something, but I've been drinking a lot of water, but it's still not enough. I guess I'm dehydrated from talking too much. Yeah.
You can do it.
Battery kids, yes. The smaller it gets, is that the reason why the trees are getting closer to each other or to the town? That's what I was thinking too, Dieter. Yeah, thanks, Dieter, for reminding people. If you could hit the like if you haven't already, I would very much appreciate it. Yes. Julie B. Deep Dives, are you real? Yes, I'm real. I'm real.
It's all AI.
I haven't been living under a rock my whole life either, I swear.
I'm completely AI.
I'm just AI.
Yeah.
I'm a bot. Yeah. No. I've never even heard of the Dark Crystal. I swear to God, I've never heard it ever.
It's great. You should watch it. Jim Henson. Have you heard of him?
It's a Jim Henson movie?
Muppets?
It's a Jim Henson movie, really?
Yeah. He had kind of like a little dark time where he did Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, and Dream Child, which is my favorite, but you can barely find it on DVD. And it's kind of a really dark version of Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
And he kind of went through this kind of like, I want to make puppet movies for adults kind of a thing. For like, even though they're kind of seen as kids' movies, but I feel like they're more adult movies.
I remember hearing about that. Yeah, before he made like the ones for kids, he was really fascinated by making movies with like he was an innovator, a true innovator with using puppets in his films. But I never saw his early work. I saw his Muppet movies. I loved those as a kid.
Yeah, they also had the Storyteller series that was really good.
Oh, cool.
There was a guy who tells stories and the Muppets would act out the stories, but more like kind of sophisticated Muppets.
Interesting.
And they did one of the Greek myths, and that one was really good.
Oh, that's cool. I love Jim Henson's work. Just amazing. So good. I like the original Muppet Show. I used to watch it
Mhm.
on Nickelodeon. But even though it was old, Nickelodeon used to air it.
Hmm.
Now I feel like watching Muppet stuff.
Yeah.
You're never too old for that. It's always
Mhm.
fun. The Muppet Christmas Carol is my favorite version of A Christmas
Oh
Carol.
yeah, it is good. It's really good. Michael Caine.
Amazing. The music is so damn good. It's just such a magical movie. It's fantastic. And Dieter, I've never seen the original 3 Star Wars movies. I've never seen the whole thing. I've just seen real small bits and pieces of them. I saw the 3 Star Wars movies from the 2000s though, when they came out in theaters. I saw those and wasn't a big fan, but I know most fans like the original 3 better anyway. And
Yeah.
no, I've never
You
seen
started
Star.
in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I did. And I've never seen Star Trek. That's one I've never seen. Any of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. That one doesn't appeal to me at all. Star Trek stuff. But Jay Sleek said we got to tie up Julie and make her watch movies like
Clockwork Orange.
movie Bird Box. Yeah. Clockwork Orange would be fitting.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant tie her down and make you watch movies like Clockwork Orange. You never seen it. I'm sure you haven't. As a guy tied down with his eyes pried open, he's made to watch stuff.
Yeah, that would be ironic, wouldn't it?
And I'll be like, I'll make you watch Clockwork Orange with your eyes pierced up. Like,
well, I
will make you watch Clockwork Orange.
I actually did see part of it in high school film class. I did. I didn't see the whole thing. They didn't have time to show us.
Class.
Yes.
That's too adult for a high school film class.
Right? Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It was
where did you go in high school? I think that you had like some other like controversial things shown in your film class.
No, that was the only thing that was really controversial that they showed us. They showed us Citizen Kane and they showed us Rear Window by Hitchcock. But yeah, that one
is a little bit not for kids, not for teenagers.
I was so upset. I was so upset and disturbed by it. And this is an elective film class that anyone in the high school could take. I was a senior when I took it, but anyone could have taken it in high school. And my mom called the school and complained because it upset me so much.
As she should.
Yeah. That was like they showed the scene with like the naked woman, being assaulted and stuff.
Really?
Like, yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah, she was right in calling, definitely.
Yes.
I wouldn't even think they would show that at all.
Yeah, they did.
I remember in high school we saw the Romeo and Juliet, and then the teacher stood in front of the screen and fast forwarded through their love scene because there was a love scene.
Yeah. See, that's how it should be. They didn't even show us the whole thing, but they showed us that scene. That was crazy.
That's great. They showed you the worst part of the thing.
Yeah, they
what
did.
Can traumatize teenagers the most, especially women, they just showed. And that was just great. That teacher should have been fired. I mean, I don't know.
I think she got in trouble for it, but she didn't get fired.
First off, that's weird. And then God, I got written up by just teaching kids how to draw nowadays.
That's insane. Oh my God. That's ridiculous.
Much less from kids anything. Wow.
And by the way, Jay Sleek, I've actually seen Bird Box, so that's one I have seen, and I loved Bird Box. Bird Box was freaking amazing, genius. I loved it. I know not everyone was a fan. I thought it was fantastic. That was so good, and I want to watch that again.
I think you just have to catch up more with the classics because I think you watched a lot of more modern films.
Yes.
But I can understand watching Clockwork Orange in high school, just burn your brain off Kubrick for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that kind of. I mean, I love The Shining, but yeah, now I'm not really too keen on watching more Kubrick after seeing that. Shoot, I'll be right back. Hold on, I'll be back in 1 minute.
I actually like Eyes Wide Shut because it's like a Christmas film. Let me tell you about my favorite Christmas films. I like Brazil because Brazil has actual Santa Claus in it. The Terry Gilliam film, it's one of my favorite films. Eyes Wide Shut takes place during Christmas. Let's see any other film. I mean, Die Hard's always a Christmas classic. But I'm not. Did anybody in the chat have some favorite Christmas films? Or any really weird ones that take place during Christmas? And oh yeah, let's see. I show you any French slang. I highly recommend French slang's film called M. Everybody's saying Testimony of Dr. Mabuse, but I'm saying go straight to M because M has a whistling guy who kills children. And the whistle also appears, a similar whistle also appears in Tuck Everlasting. And I think both of these things have something to do with what From, or the inspiration the writers for From. I don't know if she's back or not. Scrooge is good, yeah. I watch that every year.
Scrooge? Which one?
The Bill
the
Murray.
the Bill Murray Scrooged.
Is there a different Scrooge? Oh,
There's
Gremlins. Have you ever seen Gremlins, Julie?
I've never seen Gremlins. Nope.
You'll have to wait for the Christmas story that Phoebe Cates tells in Gremlins. I won't spoil that for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's another classic that I've never seen. And yeah, Dieter said we need to watch all the aliens in the watch party in the order they came out.
You don't have to watch all the aliens.
That's what I've been told, that only some of them are good, right? So
yeah, you can pick and choose some of the aliens here.
I know I need to at least see that first one.
Mm-hmm.
Quan Solar said she's a Russian bot collecting our data. Yeah. Yeah, you never got into Star Wars, Julius, huh? Yeah, I know I'm an 80s baby. I'm a late 80s baby myself. Okay, let me see if I can catch up.
Yeah,
really
they made like a show of the Dark Crystal for one season on Netflix, but it apparently was very expensive, so they didn't make a second season. But it was all puppets. It wasn't CGI. It was all like physical puppets.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
That's why the budget was sky high.
Yeah.
That's why I had the Expanse-sized budget. If anybody watches The Expanse, you can understand the Expanse-sized budget.
Right. Legend. I mean, I've never seen Legend Quan Solar with Tom Cruise. I've never even heard of that.
It's a Wonderful Life. Have you ever seen it?
It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah, I've seen that one.
That one, the characters in that thing are just awful. I never remember.
They're horrible.
People liked it. They're just mean, throwing rocks through windows. The one boss who shakes the one character, and I'm just like, God, these are awful. This is kind of like a gym shake.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, they were so nasty in that movie. Yeah, it was awful.
Hey, Dieter, I don't know if I can click on that right now and look at it, but I do know if you, like, there's a time in Die Hard that you can time exactly on New Year's Eve. So when Alan Rickman's falling off the building, it's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then he falls off the building, and you're like, Happy New Year.
Oh, that's awesome.
I highly recommend people syncing up Die Hard on that occasion.
Yeah.
Christmas movie, though.
Yeah. I've never seen Die Hard. Time for Julie B to do a movie reaction channel, like she's scared, Cat watches horror, etc. Yeah, I should.
But we should do all types of movies more than horror. Just do all types.
Yeah.
We
could.
Tuck Everlasting.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I could definitely like take this whole long list of movies I've never seen and just start covering them. If I have to react to them though, then I'd have to be on camera. So I don't like doing that because for reactions you kind of have to be on camera. That's kind of the point, like your facial expressions and stuff like that.
They have Discord watch parties though.
Yeah, we could do Discord watch parties for sure. Yeah, the Clockwork Orange is terrifying. It's
Yeah.
horrifying. Very
Well, I
disturbing.
mean, I watched it when I was way older, so I mean, I was like in college. I wasn't like watching that was like 16.
Yeah, it was horrible. Make a channel called Russian Bot Watches, suggested by subscribers. Movies to watch with reviews. It could blow up. Oh man, yeah,
We can watch Stalker. That's some Russian
yeah.
movies. We can watch some Russian
Stalker.
Stalker. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did they
It's a
show
good
you?
movie. Highly recommend Stalker if you're into like Russian cinema.
Okay. I know I've never.
They made a video game based off of it. It's based off of a book called Roadside Picnic. It's pretty good.
Okay. I've never seen any. I don't think I've seen any Fritz Lang that I know of.
Metropolis?
Nope.
Metropolis is like the most popular one that most people have seen.
How old is that? Is that really old?
Probably like 1921.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But they had later versions. They had a version in the 80s that had a soundtrack by Queen and some other people.
Oh, okay.
So it was the same movie. It just had a 80s soundtrack.
Right. Yeah, no, I've never like I haven't seen a lot of those really, really ancient movies that are now like 100 years old, literally. Like I had to watch some silent films in college film class, and I was like, God, shoot me! Silent films those were the worst.
You gotta watch a lot of the silent ones because that's when a lot of women directors were around before the men decided to take that over.
Really?
Yeah, there were so many women that owned film companies and did films and the like, and then all suddenly it was like when men found out it was lucrative, because in the beginning they didn't know it was gonna be lucrative or not, they just took over.
Oh, I had no idea. I didn't know
Because they're like there's hardly any women directors now. I'm like, there was more when like everything started. Like there's like what's her nuts, like Clara Bow, I think, was interested in doing like producing, and I can't remember who else. Lillian Gish had her own film studio. Like a lot of women just had their own studios.
Yeah, well, that's really cool, especially for this really fake.
Yeah.
The wig wasn't even it didn't even look damp. Hair is supposed to go flat when it's wet.
Mm-hmm.
So I counted 5. I counted 5 monsters closing.
I think if you put enough hairspray in your hair, it doesn't go flat when it rains.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. But so that was the pilot episode, as they used to call it, pilot episodes. And
so they didn't release this as a pilot, like a proof of product or whatever they call it, proof of you know when people make a pilot and they're trying to market it around, they definitely got picked up first and then did the episodes, right? They didn't have a pilot and then had to wait.
Right. So that's why they didn't call it a pilot or anything like that. Mm-hmm. That's what it was always called before, when shows would have to try to see if they could get picked up. But now with streaming services, I don't think they ever call it that on streaming services, because it works differently. They'll order a whole season of a show. They don't have to just, have a pilot and then wait, and then a few episode order and then wait. So they order a whole season at a time. Yeah. Let me just check in with the chat before we shut it down. Let's see. Oh yeah, Eyes Wide Shut. I've only seen bits of Eyes Wide Shut.
It's my favorite Christmas film. We're talking about Christmas films.
Yeah, there's another unconventional Christmas film. I've seen parts of it. His Final Warning, he died after, before that even came out, he died. And so some people thought, conspiracy theorists thought that he exposed the Illuminati, so they got rid of him. you know.
Yes, and the moon landing.
Yes. The timing is kind of fishy. I will say that much.
Mm.
You know, the timing is weird. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah.
Yeah, but then there's a lot of stories about artists that, you know, they have like a magnum opus or something and they just get it done, or they get a painting done and then they pass away just because they were waiting for that to finish.
Right.
You know, and he did see the final cut and everything. Well, the one that before they blurred out the bodies and everything, but his cut.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I don't believe in the conspiracy theory. I find it amusing though.
Yeah.
And the timing is, it's odd. But yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Matthew Forrest here said there's some interesting cinematography from the silent era.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he had that seizure there. Yep. That's right. The Kuleshov effect always interests me. The juxtaposition, how the effect is induced by film editing, where viewers derive more meaning from the interaction of two shots. Interesting, yeah. Such good acting for a kid. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Chloe is a nurse. So yeah, I don't know why they changed her hair up like that for season 2. Season 2 actually wasn't bad, to be honest. I didn't see why people I didn't look at that and be like, oh my god, this is horrible. Like people said, I was surprised when I went into the chats and people were saying that about her hair in season 2. It wasn't until season 3 that I think they ruined it. I don't know why, but
her hair looks fine when she styles it.
It does. It's super cute. So I feel like they're trying to mess it up on purpose in season 3. I don't know why, but
trying to make us Michiganders look bad by like giving us bad haircuts.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay Sleek. Yeah, Quan Solar brought up that Christy was in her EMS shirt. Like, yeah, how long had she been there? And so she's still wearing her uniform too. In season 1 anyway, she's still wearing the uniform. So it's odd. She had been there, I think, how long had she been there? Like,
I think it's like 6 months. It said 6 months on the missing poster. But it also said she traveled from Detroit to Grand Rapids, but didn't say how. So you don't know if it's a car or a bus or hitchhiking, whatever.
Right, yeah, they never said. They never said.
I doubt it's an ambulance because an ambulance wouldn't travel from Detroit to Grand Rapids.
Yeah. Yeah, Quan Solar. I was saying that the other night that people who watched this must have been so hyped. I didn't watch this when it aired. I was able to watch. I was disciplined. I didn't binge it. I watched 1 episode per day when I discovered the show, and I watched it this year in March. But people must have been so hyped waiting for episode 2 after that. Like what's coming? Yeah, like so you already saw, you saw Granny Monster in the beginning, but like what are all these, like you don't know for sure what's coming toward the RV. So all he said was they're coming. It must have been like what a cliffhanger to end on that. It must have been exciting. I wish I had been there then. Part of the fandom watching. Conspiracy theories are fun. Yeah, the conspiracy theories are fun. 100% they are. Yeah.
They're serious, fun. Man.
Sometimes people get a little out of control with them. It's not fun when sometimes they can become dangerous. And that's when they're not fun anymore. Real world conspiracy theories can become dangerous and brainwash.
Stuff like the Red Scare and the Inquisition, things like that. That can kill people.
They can become deadly then. But the fun ones, the like silly ones, like they can be fun. Yeah,
Ancient
absolutely.
Aliens. I shouldn't say that.
Yeah. Matthew said, I've loved the whole show. Every episode so far has been good to me. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I love the whole show too, honestly. Like some episodes are better than others, but there hasn't really been one episode that I can say I disliked at all. just some I would rate higher than others, but I think the whole show has been fantastic. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, Kubrick maybe did expose some stuff going on in Hollywood, and now that, yeah, some stuff's coming out now for real.
It just reminds me of Toast of London, which you've never seen, but Matt Berry's in Toast of London, and he's like an actor, and he stumbles onto the fake moon landing shot by Kubrick. It's not it's an actor playing Kubrick, but I thought it was always funny.
Yeah.
And then they're after him. It's like a conspiracy. They're after the character Matt Berry plays because he's walked onto this moon landing.
Oh, okay.
It's a funny show. It's a comedy.
What's it called?
Toast of London.
Toast of London. Okay, cool. I need more funny stuff to watch. I don't watch enough like humor.
What We Do in the Shadows is funny.
What we do in the shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you like Matt Berry. I'm a Matt Berry fan. You like Matt Berry.
Yeah, I need comedy recommendations for sure. Like
Ghosts. Have you ever seen Ghosts?
No, I haven't actually. I've heard that's good though.
Yeah, both the UK and the US versions are pretty good. They're kind of a little bit different, but they're both good.
I didn't know that there were both like there was a UK version. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard this really good one. And hey, Debbie, Abby, Bobabby, nice to see you. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I know Quansol or MK Ultra was real. Yes, it was. It was real, and it seems like something that might have been made up, but like you would think it was made up, but it was real. It was a real CIA thing. Yeah, I think things happen. They try to control the masses. I agree, absolutely.
But now I don't think it's LSD water from. I think it's a super healing water.
Yes.
Because it seems like Mari and all those people are always like, drink this water. And everybody heals really fast.
I know. Yeah, it does seem that way. Maybe it's something in the water and it's helping them rather than hurting. Yeah, laughing is what we need, Dieter. It's therapy. I need to look at the meme section in my Discord more often. Speaking of which, I'll plug my Discord quick before I go, because we're going to start doing watch parties next week for Severance.
Are you gonna do them on Thursday or Friday? Thursday?
Thursday. Yeah, Thursday will be fine. We can do Thursday.
That'll be better for me. Definitely.
Yeah, we can do Thursday. Quan Solar said watch The Rehearsal by Nate Fielder for funny. Oh, thank you for the suggestion. Mr. Grant Gregory, I don't know if it's AL or AI, but hey. Wow, you still live. Nice effort. Yeah. It's just another it's really not out of the ordinary. It's typical live. It's been kind of a marathon again, but 5.5 hours for me, that's actually pretty mild, and getting ready to close it down finally.
The kitchen's almost clean.
Wow.
Cleaned even the gross part, when you clean the top of the fridge and it's all gross. Well, it's not gross anymore. I cleaned it.
Wow, you're getting stuff done. You're multitasking.
Cleaning all the gin bottles. I got some
Nice.
gin on top of the fridge.
Yeah. Well,
some midsummer herb gin and some opium or whatever it is. Opium. It's got anise in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Mr. Grant Gregory, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you. Love long form content on From. Well, hey, you came to the right place. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it. It's right in the channel name, Julie B Deep Dives, for a reason, because I don't know how to do anything short. Short is not in my repertoire. I don't know how. It's not. I literally don't know how. I don't know how to do a short live. I don't know how to do a short video. My shortest video, I think, was maybe 18 minutes, but most of them are over 20 minutes. My scripted deep dive videos, they're usually in the 20 something minute range, 30 something minute range. The longest was 40 something. Right now I'm working on a couple of videos. And yeah, thank you again very much for subscribing. I appreciate you. I'm working on a video that's going to have like all the major questions that were answered by From season 3. I've got the script pretty much written for that. I just have to get all the images and record it. So that's going to be hopefully going out the next couple days. And then I have a video on the boy in white versus the man in yellow, everything that we know about each one, my theories on each one. So that I'm going to try to get out in the next few days. And then my deep dive into episode 1, season 1 of From, the very first episode of the series. I'm going to go back through like all the stuff that we've been talking about in these lives, but condensed and made into a cohesive whole, and and some extra stuff too. Hopefully, yeah. I don't know when that'll be out, but definitely next week for sure. And so just keep an eye out for that, because I'm not going to stop making From content just because the season ended. It's not going to stop. There's still a lot more to unpack. We got a lot of information in season 3, and there's a lot to unpack just going back through the rewatch. So I'm going to be doing that every week, and still doing a weekly From live. And next week, so the weekly From live for now, I think I'm going to keep it Wednesday nights at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm toying with the idea of maybe switching nights, but we'll see. And then next week on Thursday, we're going to start the Severance rewatch parties in the Discord. Yeah. 20 20-minute videos. Yeah, I don't even edit them. I still have to learn how to edit my videos. So I have to actually sit there and read the script and try not to screw up. I've gotten better at that. I screw up a lot less now than I used to. I don't trip over my words as much, which is nice, but I do want to learn how to edit the mistakes out soon. Only 5 hours. It's a short stream. For me, it is 5.5. Yeah. And I will, Dieter. I'm going to eat, go for a walk, and sleep. Yeah, definitely sleep soon. Absolutely. I need to walk before I can. Unfortunately, it's like 8. It's like in the teens outside. It's very cold, so I have to pace back and forth in the apartment. My treadmill is still broken, which sucks. I hate it. I have to walk back and forth. And there's the biggest space in the apartment that I can walk in a straight line is like eight big steps. Imagine doing that for an hour back and forth. That's what I've been doing. It sucks. It really sucks. Please don't change the hour. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to change it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to really make it earlier, but I was thinking of maybe changing nights, but we'll see.
Can I say something about David's comment at the end of Eyes Wide Shut? They had to give up their child in order to save their lives. That's one of the theories. I always thought they had to just not just give up their child to the cult that was in there, the one that had all the models and things.
Oh,
okay. The last scene kind of is up to interpretation.
Okay. I've never seen.
I won't be very long. I could go longer, but I know you want to get off.
Yeah, I should. I'm exhausted. I got like 4 hours of sleep yesterday, and I barely ate anything, so I'm not in good shape right now. But so anyway, so next week I'm gonna be we're going to start the Discord watch parties. Just me just popped in. Hey, just me. Here's my Discord link. If anybody's not in there, we're going to start the rewatch, the Severance watch parties. Whether you want to watch it for the first time with us or you want to rewatch it, I'm pinning it to the top right now. There's the Discord link. We're going to start Thursday next week. I don't think we agreed on a time, did we? Or did we? What did we say? 8 p.m. Eastern.
Oh.
I don't
I
remember.
was gonna do it at 10 because I can't really do it at 8. But
Oh, 10. I couldn't remember. Yeah, 10 is fine. 10 is better for me.
yeah.
10 is better for me. That works.
Well, I
Oh,
got
great.
teaching and I got tutoring and I got a boyfriend and I gotta fit that time in. I gotta fit it all. Gotta fit it in.
Later is better for me. 10 is good.
After 10 is fine with me. 10 is my time after 10.
Good. 10 works. 10 is great. And great. Awesome. Great. Mr. Grant Gregory. Awesome. Welcome to the Discord family. We have a lot of fun in there. We're going to have lots of watch parties and we've got some good conversations going. We've got more people joining every week. So it's great to see things picking up in there. I'm going to start spending a lot more time in there, talking from and talking Severance. We also have a channel for Silo. Want to try to get some Silo fans in there too, and I'm going to try to recruit some Severance fans. So like people who haven't watched it yet, come give it a shot. I'll stream it for you guys. It'll be starting next Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern. And we'll do, I think we're going to do like a couple episodes at a time so we can fit them all in.
Yeah, that's how it works.
We'll do
That's how I scheduled it. That's the only way I could fit in before it starts.
Oh, nice. So those are my 3 favorite series at the moment too. Yeah, from Severance and Silo, that 100%. And yes, Dark is one of the best series I've ever watched. I love that show. It's phenomenal.
I'm 4 episodes in.
Yeah, Scarlett is watching it for the first time, so when she's done, we can talk about parallels between Dark and From, because there are definitely some that are popping up here now. So yeah, definitely one of the most genius, brilliant shows I've ever seen. So yeah, you've got good taste in shows. You're into the same shows I'm into. Yeah, Scarlett, you're lucky. He says you're lucky watching it for the first time, because there's nothing like watching it for the first time and just all the revelations that you're gonna find. Because once you see it, it's one of those shows that it's rewatching it is very rewarding. You'll notice so many more things rewatching it, but there's nothing like that first watch, seeing all the revelations. It's amazing. So yeah, let me see. Quan Solar said we have to do an Eyes Wide Shut watch party with conspiracy theories. That would be fun.
You're gonna look a lot like Christmas.
Yeah, they try to hide it.
Films. Do that in Brazil. Like Brazil and Eyes Wide Shut would be my Christmas like double feature.
Right. Yeah. I have weird habits. The Christmas season, I tend to keep watching scary stuff instead of Christmas stuff. I don't want to give up horror movie season even after Halloween ends. David said they try to hide it, but they take away their child, and when you realize that the last conversation with Tom Cruise makes more sense, huh? And I will eat more Dieter. I will. I'll go get some. My mom got me chicken pad thai takeout. I'm gonna eat it at 5 in the morning. Now I'm eating dinner at 5 in the morning. That's really bad. Actually, not even worse. I have to pace around first, so I'll be eating at 6 in the morning. No, see you, Michael. Thanks for being here. Always great to have you in the chat. Always great to hear your insights. Yeah, toward the end, it showed Nicole Kidman was in the. I thought the end showed Nicole Kidman in the cult. Never caught anything about Tom Cruise sacrificing a child to save their lives. Huh. We all pace our apartments. Welcome to the club, Quad Solar. Well, I'm glad it's not just me. It sucks. It's a small place, so it's not much room, and it's too cold outside. But next week, I'm praying my treadmill will get fixed if the part comes in the mail. Please, God. And yes, hey, just me. Glad you could pop in, say hi. Pad Thai, yeah, it's really good. I only recently got into it. I never.
It's good.
It's good with peanuts on it. It's really good.
Yep.
Great acting too. You forget it's in another language. I didn't mind the subtitles at all. Like It was so worth it. And you got to watch every scene anyway. You shouldn't ever take your eyes off of it. Look at your phone. So the subtitles force you to pay attention. So it's great. Yeah, Dieter, you should watch it. You should watch it when you get a chance for sure. But maybe watch Severance with us if you can first. All right, I need to get off. I'm exhausted. I'm like can barely even stay awake, and I don't want to fall asleep again. Yeah, so that would not be good. So thank you guys for being here, for all your patience when I got pulled off of here like 2 different times. I still don't know how this is gonna work. Like, I hope my stream is still up there on the replay when I take
hope so too.
when I end it. I hope it is. So I don't know, but thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Too hot for YouTube, banned.
Yeah. Oh God. I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. My channel is still new.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your support, Mr. Gregory. I hope you like it. My content is, I'm a beginner. It's not fancy. Doesn't have like all the bells and whistles, but it's if you want like long form stuff, deep dive stuff, yeah, you came to the right place. Yeah, 'cause I don't do concise. I don't do brief. So and I'm working on getting better. I'm gonna work on learning editing skills to make my videos more polished. But all right. Yes, bye, Dieter. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support.
Oh, Dieter, thank you. He left, but thank you for putting the little art thing on Discord and the little book club thing on Discord too.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I asked him to do that, and he immediately did, like lightning fast. You're so sweet, Mackie. Thank you so much. You're the best channel in the community, hands down and hands up. That's so kind. Thank you for saying that. It means a lot. There are a lot of really great channels covering From, so that really means a lot. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. And I'd be lost without this community and this channel. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here again. And 2 lives on the same episode this week, and it wasn't even a new one, and you guys still showed up. So you're the best. Best fandom going, hands down.
Yeah, but the pilot episode could easily do 2 talks on, because it's so much from season 3 that goes around in a circle then becomes the beginning.
Exactly. And they told us the answers to the end are at the beginning, season 3. So I just feel like I just wanted to highlight it as much as possible, scrutinize it as much as we can, and glad I got to know you, Dieter. Yeah, I'm so grateful I got to know you and made such amazing friends. And Dieter is just an absolute blessing, really, to have met him, truly, and Scarlett and all these awesome people. Like, I'm just so grateful, because I would just be sitting here like talking to myself, staring at the wall. So, I'd be losing my mind right now. Seriously, I'd be losing my mind. So I appreciate all of you so much. So worldwide friends, yeah. So I wish we could all hang out together, Scarlett, Dieter, everybody, just like all of us hang out. That would be so cool. But at least we can hang out virtually and we can watch shows.
Maybe was it Tony that was thinking about having a From festival? Who was the guy who was thinking about having the From festival? Was it him?
That's Tony. He's been trying to organize that for a very long time, but he hit some roadblocks. Now he says he's really going to do it. So that's cool. That's cool. The From Con. Yeah. He just can't call it that officially because MGM said that he can't. He has to call it something else.
Yeah.
But it's a From Con.
Yeah.
If I were physically able to, I would totally go. If I weren't in so much pain and I could travel there and do something like that and be on my feet and meet
Where is he at?
He's in New York, so I'm guessing it would probably be. I'm not, unless he's going to travel somewhere. I don't know, but he's in New York.
Yeah.
But I can't be on my feet for that long and doing that kind of stuff, or I would totally be there, meet everybody, 100%. But that's okay. At least we can hang out online, and makes me feel less alone. And we can have watch parties. So, you know, I'm sick of watching everything alone. I watched From Alone seasons 1 and 2, so it's nice to have people to enjoy stuff with, enjoy shows with together. What is this? Moving Deadly Hidden Forest Con.com. What does that mean, Dieter?
Well, I think that's his version of FromCon, what you call it, Moving Deadly Hidden Forest.
Oh, I'm so tired. My brain isn't working. Yeah.
You call it, Faraway Con.
Yeah. Moving Deadly Hidden Forest Con.com.
Smiley Con.
Yeah.
I'm sure Jamie would show up.
Oh, totally. Jamie.
It's like any conventions, and like, yeah.
Jamie would be there with bells on. Yeah. He's just dying for somebody to invite him to a convention or anything.
Like that one in Texas.
He was so sweet about that. Yeah. He just wants to be invited places, and he would totally show. Yeah. That's so cool. I hope he gets invited to conventions and stuff. They should have included him in the San Diego Comic-Con one. People would have loved it. Imagine if he showed up dressed as Smiley. They should have. Why didn't they invite him? They're nuts.
They probably just didn't know that he would have that. I don't know.
It's crazy just to me that they didn't.
I don't know. They probably just take the leads, you know.
Right.
Secondary characters always get the, shaft most of the time.
True. Yeah, but
he's so iconic. They should,
He's so iconic. Yeah, they should have had him there. He would have been a huge hit. But yeah, he mentioned that. You could tell like he would have wanted to be there. But okay, so I'm gonna close it out. I might as well close it out with that cameo again. So I don't have an outro. I'll close it out with Hannah's cameo, and maybe I'll even tack on Jade's cameo too. What the hell?
Why not? A double dose.
Yeah. These two awesome cameos. If you guys didn't know, oh Jesus, am I closing in on the 6-hour mark? How did that happen? I thought I was going to cut it off at 5 hours. Another hour went by. Oh my God. I didn't do it on purpose, Dieter. I actually didn't. It just got carried away. DA made this said, I think all the monsters were just casted to be monsters, but Smiley actor has clearly gotten tons of fans. Yeah, that's right. They didn't expect that. Yeah, good night, Mackie. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Good night / good morning. Good night / good morning to all of you guys. Thanks, Scarlett, for being here as always. Being a rock star. You didn't have to be here all this time.
It's fun.
But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And yeah, and I appreciate you, Dieter, and everybody in the chat and on the replay. And so I'm gonna close it out by playing these awesome cameos. So if you guys want personalized messages, hit up the actors. They've got David Alpay, Hannah Jeremy, who plays Julie, and
Avery Conrad.
Sarah Avery Conrad.
They're all personalized screwdriver Sarah stare video.
They're all on Cameo, so I'll play my
staring in the camera with a screwdriver and looking.
Yes.
She doesn't have to say a word.
That would be amazing. So, okay, so I'm going to close it out by just playing the cameos back to back, and then I'll sign off. So good night / good morning, everybody. And until next time, keep on deep diving. Let's see what we can uncover together. See you guys.
Bye.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin. I hear that your YouTube account just hit 1,000 subscribers a few weeks ago. Round of applause, congratulations. I hope that your YouTube channel just continues to grow and get bigger and bigger, because I hear that you talk about From on your YouTube account, which is so awesome to hear. I'm so happy that the show has resonated with you enough to talk about it and analyze it, and that's just so cool. It just blows my mind every time that people love it so much that they do stuff like that. It's still so cool to me. So I really wish you the best with this account, and thank you so much for watching From and enjoying From and making your videos. Keep it up. We need answers, and I feel like you're going to be one of the ones to help us find those answers, because it's sure as hell not going to be me. I don't know what's going on ever. So thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpe, coming at you here on a quick little cameo to say hi from your friends who wanted me to congratulate you on reaching 1,000 subscribers. So I went on the YouTube to check out your channel, your Julie B Deep Dives. You've got over 1,000 subscribers, number one. B, your stuff is really good. I just watched the episode 3 recap today, the Mousetrap one. I suddenly got very quiet because people are walking by. Shouldn't be screaming out loud in public. I am not actually Jade. I have to remind myself of that sometimes. The episode 3 recap was awesome. The Mousetrap was awesome. I really like your theory about how the medallion reminds you of the four bodies and the sort of the little, you know what I'm talking about, the little X pattern. I think you're onto something there. I can't confirm or deny anything because I don't actually know what happens next or where the story is going. So your guess, I wouldn't say it's as good as mine. It's probably better than mine because you're catching things that I don't catch when I watch the show. I have to be honest. Your insights are so perspicacious. They are so insightful. Your insights are insightful, Julie, is what I'm trying to say. So keep doing the amazing work that you're doing. It matters. I'm going to keep watching your YouTube channel for more insights and secrets revealed and all that good stuff. Keep building that fan base. You're doing a great job. Don't listen to any of the negative comments. That's easier said than done. It's part of the reason that I'm not even on Facebook and barely on Instagram. You know what? Sometimes people say toxic things. Just ignore it. It's just noise. It's more a reflection of them than it is of anything about you or what you're doing. Just remember that. It's more about them. And that makes it a whole lot easier to, get rid of from your mind. Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.